Ah, hello, it's gone live. It's gone live. I don't believe it. It's gone live. Anybody there? Anybody there? Oh, well, I've got one thumbs up, even if there's nobody there. Well, struggling is where I have been struggling. Hi, Esther Highlander. I couldn't even get it to load. It was just giving me the white circle of doom. I've had a new internet provider. Um, you know what it's been like. I've been almost 3 weeks without any net. Yeah. So anyway, here I am. I've got really rubbish lighting because in the room I'm in, there's no plugs. And so I can't plug my little light in that you normally light my face up with. So you'll have to put up with me in the gathering gloom. Yes, a different location, baby. Yes. It's snowing in Brooklyn. It's, hi, Helen, sorry. It's nice. Hi, Nathan. I've had a lovely day today. Lovely day today. If you follow me on Facebook, you will have seen I went to the knitting first Northwest Knitting Fair in Blackpool. Yeah. And it was small, but perfectly formed, as they say. And I had a lovely time. I went with my friends and everything like that. It's snowing in Illinois as well. Oh, dear. And I met with Jeanette from Crafty Clegs. And I met with Karen from Stitches and Jacks. I missed Amora, although she was there filming. I missed her. And yeah, I had a lovely time. I've put some pictures on Facebook of I didn't do filming because I didn't want to be there, like going around everybody. And let me see if I can make my screen a bit bigger. Oh, I can see myself now. I'm sorry you've got to look at the jam and well, this is the way it is. This is the only place I had room for a PC, was in the kitchen. So anyway, it'll be a bit better because where there's a blank space there, oh, go the wrong way, that way, there. I'm getting a new unit. Where was I? Where was I at the knitting show, you mean? Or where was I anywhere? Where was I? I was off the net because I was 3 weeks without any internet provider. And even today, I've had a bit of a mare. It wouldn't connect. And then I couldn't get on YouTube. It was going, the white circle of death was going round, round, round. It was a knitting show. Well, wool show, not a knitting show, a wool show. It was the first one that they'd held in Blackpool at the Imperial Hotel in Blackpool. It's on tomorrow. If anybody is near Blackpool, it's still on again tomorrow. I've put some pictures on my Facebook. I haven't put them on Saturday Night Live. And if you see, I have got my VIP band. Well, if this is the Vegas of the North, Nathan, Lord help the rest. It's not that thrilling, Blackpool. Whatever they tell you, it's not that thrilling. The Imperial Hotel was very posh. So posh, in fact, that we had a cream tea, and you should have seen it. £14. I put a picture. I'm not being funny, but I hate being fleeced. It was one scone, one little pot of cream, one little pot of jam, and a coffee. And I'm sorry, but £14 for that was, I thought it was a bit much, to be quite truthful. I don't mean a bit much, I mean a bit too little with me. I'm just trying to find the picture of my tea. I have put a picture on Facebook. I mean, other people were complaining. That one scone, 1 pat of butter, 1 bit of cream, 1 jam, 1 cup of coffee, £14. Sorry, but that's taking the P, isn't it? You know what I mean? Taking the P. Sorry, Imperial Hotel, but you're taking the P. Yeah. And oh gosh, I'm looking for my photos, my photos, my photos. I could have, yeah. Well, I did. Linda sent me a lovely parcel. Look at that. I've blanked out the address. Cornish Company. And it was lovely. Again, I've put a picture of what it looked like before I scoffed it. And that was lovely. It was 2 scones, 2 jams, 2 creams, 2 tea bags, which I haven't used because I don't drink tea, but it's there. And Cornish fairings and Cornish shortbread, which I've just eaten. So thank you very much, Linda. It was lovely. If you follow Stitches and Jacks, I met up with Karen. There we are. I met up with Karen from Stitches and Jacks. And I also met up with, was it gone? Janet, what are you doing? Oh, this phone is not playing the game. It's on strike. It's like me. It's gone on strike. Right, come on. Oh, Janet, what are you doing? Do you talk to yourself? I do all the time. Met up with Karen. I'm looking for Jeanette. Oh, I'll get there in the end. I'll get there in the end. But if you follow me on Facebook, you'll there she is. Met up with Jeanette from Crafty Clegs. Yeah. Lovely, lovely people. Lovely people. That's me tea before I'd scoffed it from the Cornish cream. 2 lovely, lovely scones. Really soft and yummy, yeah. You can have them sent if you live in the UK. You can have them sent, I believe. And those were the lovely flowers that my niece sent to me. Yeah, I've been thoroughly spoiled this week. Yeah. Oh, and all the little, oh, it's gone off again. Oh, if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous this week, I tell you. Whereas I'm going to do. Right, where have we gone? All the, oh, you can't see them very well, can you? All these little shawl things that I made with all my bits and pieces, they've all gone to an old folks home or senior citizens, as you want to, whatever. So I didn't know what to do with them. I'd made 4, as you know, with all my bits and pieces, and there I am. Oh, why do I go the wrong way when I go anywhere? I'd made them with all my bits and pieces because I wanted to use up the bits, yeah. And I didn't know what to do with them. So I was talking to a friend, and she went, "Oh, I know where they're going. They're going to an old folks home." So, and I've only got fingernails on the left hand because with moving boxes and that, I've stacked them all off on the right hand. Yeah. So yes, I'm having a good time. I did have a good time today. It was nice. I was getting stir crazy because I hadn't actually been out of the house because my scooter broke down. Saga into, when one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. Yeah. I went to get my scooter out to go to the library on Monday, and it hadn't charged up. And I thought, oh, don't tell me the plug socket's not working. Anyway, it turned out it was the charger. The charger wasn't working, so it didn't charge up the scooter. Yeah. So I had to get the scooter man out. Luckily, I didn't break down in the street or anything. I've got breakdown cover, yeah. But, so it's not been my week, really. And then the garage door wouldn't lock. One of those weeks, yeah. One of those weeks. So how is everybody else, yeah? So something. I've got, oh, move the head. I've got some new mats. Oh, I wish I could learn how to point there. Got some mats with poppies on. I've got my cup with poppies on. And I've got some cushion covers with poppies on. I'm going poppy crazy. I'm red crazy, yeah. And I've got, wrong way again. Wrong way. Red microwave and a red toaster. And I've got all the utensils in rainbow colours, yeah. I'm going bright in my old age. As you can see, everybody loved my jacket today. They loved my jacket, yeah. So it looks dead complicated, but it's a cheat because I used the boho spirit for, the middles. So you get different colours and it looks like you've gone dead clever and you've used loads and loads of different colours. And the elastic in that popped. I had to put elastic in the cuffs because I've lost 4 stone since I made this, so it was a bit too big, really. But I was determined I was going to wear it. You want to dress up, don't you? You want to look posh. But the elastic popped in that sleeve. So I had one sleeve like going around like that. Hi, Julian, yeah. Oh, yeah. But, I was stuck without the scooter, because I thought, oh, what am I going to do? Yeah. It's called Granny Takes a Trip, yeah. So I actually met Lucy Locketland. If you like little felt animals and little things like that, and you like watching Jeanette from Crafty Clegs, she loves to make the little mice and the little whatevers. And I actually saw Lucy Locketland, and she had the most lovely, what they call them, those stress chickens or something. What do they call them? Sorry, that's the boy I'm making a noise. What do they call them? Those chickens everybody was making. They're not called stress chickens, are they? What are they? The kind of week I'd be having, if it was a stress chicken, it would be strangled. Emotional support chickens, that's the one. Yeah. My chicken would have been throttled. Never mind about patted. Because I was having that kind of a week, Emotional support chickens. I need one. And this lady had made the most lovely ones, honestly. I mean, they were in darkish colours. I don't know whether you'd be able to see them. You probably have to go on my Facebook page and expand them a bit. You can't see them very well. Oh dear. No, you can't. She had little ones and big ones. Can you see the chickens? And she had little ones as well. And I'm like, I've got to knit. I've got to knit a chicken. Really have got to knit a chicken. And there was another lady with some knitted little toys, and I fell in love with. You know what I'm like with toys. They look like Dracula's mother when I make a toy. But they were really, really nice. Where have they gone? Where have they gone? My love, where have you gone? My love. Oh, where have they gone? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Oh, I think we're getting there now. Hang on. No, that's that way. Those, if you can see them. That was a lady called Claire Gunson. She's online and she does actually send things to America. Yeah. Yeah. But they're all knitted and they were so lovely. You can't see him very well. You probably can when you look at it. There's a little rabbit there and he was beautiful. And I took another picture. Yeah, but that's not as good of a picture, that one. But the seagulls up the top there. The seagulls. Oh, the slippers, they were lovely, yeah. The little baby ones were so cute. They have felt soles, and then they go into, those are the bigger people, big people. You do a felt sole, and then you, I think, I don't know whether they were knitted or crocheted, I've forgotten now. The baby ones were, you can't see them very well. The little teeny weeny baby ones there, I think they were crochet. They were lovely. It was called Joe's Toes or something. Joe's Toes. And it said, everything, what does it say? Everything to make your slippers, yeah. Yeah. Higher, 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 Enid, higher. There was no stitching there, Enid, not really. There was, oh, Sammy. Oh. There was some lovely, like, not needle felting. When it comes up like loops, I think that Craft and the Cuppa was doing one. It reminded me of when your mum used to make the peg rugs. But you don't do it like that. You hold the wool underneath and you bring it up in little loops. Why does my phone keep stopping working? Stop it. It keeps stopping every now and again for some unknown reason. I think my screen's greasy. There. They were cushion covers and sheep and everything. And if you can see, there's a frame there. She had this fabric stretched over a frame. And yeah, but it wasn't like latch hook, like I remember latch hooks from when I was a kid, where you actually latched it through and pulled it through. This, you had the wool underneath and you had a tiny little latch hook and you just pulled up a loop like that. And then apparently you cut it all. I mean, I'd be frightened it would all fall apart, but apparently this lady said it doesn't. And I think, what's she called? Oh, there's another lady just done a fox for her son Jensen. And she did it in this. They pull up little loops. I wouldn't mind having a go at that, but of course, I'm a bit potless at the minute, and the kits were all very expensive, so I just, no. I just went for the experience today. I didn't buy a thing apart from that very extortionately priced green tea. That's the only thing I bought, apart from the ticket to go in, yeah. Ellie, that's the one. Ellie at Craft House Magic. She'd made this beautiful fox and she decided to turn it into a pillow, I think, for her son. And she'd done it with that little. I'd be frightened it would all fall apart. Mine probably would fall apart because I probably wouldn't. You've got to do it very close together so it like bunches, and it doesn't like disintegrate. But I wouldn't mind having a go at that, actually. I used to make the peg rugs when I was a kid because my mum used to go to jumble sales. No, it wasn't a punch needle. It was literally like a latch hook needle that she was pulling it up with. I mean, I've seen punch things and it didn't look like that. She had her name on the stall, so I'm sure you can look her up. I think it's called Hooked by Design, she's called. Yeah, she did it on that, if you can see that framework at the side there. She did it there on the framework. That cushion was gorgeous. It has a bee on it and some flowers on it. It was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Hi, Shad. It's the same one I've worn before. It's a wooden one. Yes, I have, Sammy. Yes, I have. I am different place, different location. I'm in the kitchen because it's the only place I had room for a desk. Yeah. Yeah. So I really enjoyed it today. It just made a change. I didn't buy anything. Everything was, I mean, my friend had her stall there. She's called Coastal. Oh God, I was going to forget what she's called. Coastal something or other. Her wool, it just, yeah, Deirdre, it was exorbitant. Wanted £14 for a scone, yeah. I was sat there talking to her, like pouring the yarn, pouring it. It was so soft. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But I'm like, no, be firm. You have got too much. You do not need any more yarn. So I was like, £14 for one scone, one bit of cream, bit of jam. There's a picture of it on my Facebook. £14. Oh, the yarn was. That lady, everything she did was in alpaca, and she had a picture of the alpacas there. And everything she knitted was in the cream. And that was, when he felt it. And that shawl or scarf, it was so thin, beautifully knitted, so fine, yeah. Yeah, you can have too much yarn. I've got it, yeah. If you saw what I got, No, I didn't get any sandwiches with that afternoon tea. It was a cream tea. That was their excuse, and that's what it was, a cream tea, yeah. Where's my friend? That was a scarf. Just granny squares. The kit, I think, was £15, yeah. I won't go in oldie, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to know. That's my friend, Coastal Colours. Her yarn is, she does online. Her yarn, it's just, when you can't stop touching it because it's so soft and so beautiful, yeah. It was like, yeah. 150 freedom units to get your sewing machine oiled. Oh dear. The garage door wouldn't lock here. I had a maintenance man out to it. Oiled it all, sorted it all, got it to lock. £180. They know how to charge, don't they? To get a workman to come out anywhere. All he did was oil it and sort it and lock it at one side. Didn't even put any new mechanisms in. Just sorted it. £180. And then the other day I had some rubbish removed. I had removing boxes and some cardboard and some, £65 to get the rubbish removed. But you don't trust these other people that you get out the paper because they fly tip it anywhere. And of course, things from Amazon have got your address on, haven't they? I don't want it tracking back to me saying you've dumped all this stuff in the middle of a housing estate or something. So I wanted to get a reputable man, that I knew was going to the tip with my stuff. So that's what you have to pay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, well, apparently it's £180 to oil a garage lock. So think yourself lucky, Enid. Oh dear. No, I didn't buy anything. I was very good, wasn't I? Yeah, that was very good. And no, there was no sewing there. That's one thing there wasn't. Man, it was a wool festival, a wool. So there probably wouldn't have been, yeah. I mean, there wasn't as much variety of stalls as I would have liked, yeah. Where were we moving all my stuff? I've moved. You may have gathered. I am not in the same location. I have moved. There's an empty space there that's going to have a unit. I've got the unit, but of course, as usual, it arrives in a great big box, flat pack. I can do little things, but I can't do big things. Anyway, my friend's husband is going to do it for me, so. Yeah, I was very good, Deirdre. Very good at not buying anything. But, it was a question of, I cannot. There is so much yarn in this life that you can actually crochet or knit, and I think I've reached saturation point. I'm not saying I won't buy any more in the future, because there'll always be something that you're like, that's so pretty. Oh, I've got to have that. But I must admit that, yeah, You never see me in the kitchen. Admission fee, yes, there was. It was £6 to go in for one day, but if you paid £8, you could go today and tomorrow as well, which I thought was pretty reasonable because to go in, man, they've been bigger. To go in bigger wool festivals, I've paid like £12 or £15 to go in them, yeah. But they were like 3-4 times the size. This is the first one they've had. So I don't think they got as many stalls as maybe they would have had if it was an established, excuse me, if it was established, if you know what I mean. This is the first time that this hotel has done it, yeah. I mean, the hotel was very nice, very posh on the seafront, very big, massive, massive place, yeah. So, yeah. But if they do it again, it may be bigger next time. If people say, oh, yeah, we went, the vendors say, oh, yeah, we went and it was fine and everything was, maybe we'll get more stalls next time, yeah. No, I'm in Cleveland now. I'm not in Fleetwood. I'm just down the road. I've only moved 2 miles. Adventuress moved 2 miles down the road, yeah. Yeah, but that means people up north have got to go all the way to Hampshire, and not many people. I mean, I would never have gone to Hampshire. Yeah, yeah. I can't remember how much I paid. It's a long time since I had my sewing machine serviced. And in fact, when he serviced it, it's a very, very lovely, gorgeous Bernina, but it's old. And he said to me, I don't think I'm going to be able to service this again for you because I don't think I'm going to get the parts. Yeah. So I'm just hoping it doesn't break down. Mm. Mine's probably about 19. It was my mum's actually. She she was watching a lady called Anne Ladbury. If you're in the UK and you're old enough, may remember her. And she had this series on TV teaching, like beginners how to actually sew. And my mum had never been a sewer. We had a tailoress in the family, so she'd never been a sewer, and she got a bee in her bonnet. She wanted to learn how to sew. So she was watching this Anne Ladbury show, and Anne Ladbury had a Bernina sewing machine. We only had the Singer, you see. So whether my mother thought that this, like these people who buy fantastic crochet hooks and that and think it's going to make a wonderful crocheter, my mother got my dad to buy her this Bernina sewing machine, which was enormously expensive. And I think she thought she was going to turn out to be a tailoress. I mean, she never did. She just did not have the whatever. So anyway, I inherited it. So yeah, but I don't sew. I turn hems up. I might branch out to hemming a curtain or something, repairing a seam that's ripped. Yeah, but I don't. I mean, to be honest with you, fabric is so expensive. I mean, I would love to have to quilt, but I know I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience to do all that quilting things together. I mean, I watched Kate, from the last Homely House, and she's got a pair of curtains. Oh, they're all in patchwork. Oh, and I'm like, oh, I love those curtains. It's just me and the boho in me. Brightly coloured squares for curtains. Ew, just me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Not sure what the neighbours would think, but ooh, that's me. And but I know I've not got the patience. And to get decent fabric, like these Liberty fabrics and that, it's so expensive. I've got friends from Knit Club who do sew, bags and different things and that. And the fabric is so expensive, yeah. You've been taking sewing classes. I went to sewing classes many, many years ago, like before I was married, when you could make clothes. It wasn't so much the fact I wanted clothes cheaper. I like to be, well, you probably gathered, I like to be unusual. I like to be different. I do not like to go into a store and buy a dress that like 70 million people have got. I like one that somebody says, oh, Like, where did you get that from? Having said that, I've got a gazillion of these kind of dresses. They're just long, plain dresses because I use them as, oh, do you know, it keeps coming off my shoulders. It's too big for me. I use it as a base, like, you know, to wear all these on top of, because you can't wear patterns underneath patterns because it just quarrels, doesn't it? Everything quarrels, yeah. So I've got these dresses in all different colours. These are what I call my winter dresses. But the summer dresses, they never came out. They never came out last year. It was that flipping cold. So I'm, you know, hoping we get a summer this year. I want to get my summer dresses out because they're more boho. They're more me. They're more colourful. Yeah. Yeah, the fabric prices have killed everything. Yeah. But I mean, it's the same, isn't it? If you want to buy this pure wool and this hand-dyed yarn, I mean, you have to take out a second mortgage. You know, if you want to make a sweater, it's not too bad if you want to make a shawl, maybe, you know. I mean, there's some beautiful knitted shawls there. But you know me, I can't knit on them worms, you know, them circular needles. I can't knit on them. And like some of these shawls, they've got 600 or 800 stitches on them, you know, when they're on the full, you know. Kate spends a fortune. Yes, she does, yeah. Well, I mean, when they're into the YouTube business in a big way, they do earn some money, you know. So I suppose when you earn money, you can afford to go out and buy the better raw materials, you know what I mean? If I earn lots of money, maybe I would have a different perspective on hand-dyed yarn, for example. Maybe I would think, oh, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. But I don't earn anything. Well, I earn piddly bit. Nothing that you could ever go. I might be able to afford 2 skeins of yarn if I waited 4 months, you know what I mean? But I just don't earn the money. But to be honest with you, I don't put the effort in. You know, to earn the big money, you've got to be vum with the YouTube videos. You've got to have content. You've got to have clickbait, you know, that people will come and find you and watch you. You've got to be absolutely interesting or things to show, you know, which I don't, you know. So it's no wonder I don't make money. Yeah. Yeah, I watch a lady, what's she called in America? I mean, she's a bit too boho for me. She takes things from thrift shop, you know, and she puts lace on them and trim. Some of the bags she's made are gorgeous. They're really boho bags with lace on them, ribbons on them, everything. They are gorgeous, yeah. But hi Yolanda. But oh hi Juanita. But some of the things she does, they're a bit too, you know, she'll get something in a thrift shop and then she'll dye it and then she'll cut some doilies and stitches doily bits to it and that. I do like her style for the handbags and that, but she's a little over the top for me. You know, I'm a bit weird with what I dress, but she's a little bit too weird for me, yeah. But I wish I was more. You know, when you buy something for £2 and get it from, like, there's nothing for £2 in the charity shops around here, I'll tell you. But, you know, if you get something and then you can turn it into something different, I'm just not that good. Not that imaginative, yeah. I can sort of be a little bit creative with crochet because I don't use patterns most of the time, as you know. This one is a pattern, by the way. Granny Takes a Trip. It's about £8, I think, on Ravelry. And really, you know, it's only granny squares, isn't it? So why the heck do you pay £8 for it? But, you know, stupid, did. But, you know, I tend not to use a pattern. I tend to just, God, now the fridge is gone. This is a kitchen of noise, isn't it? But the rooms here are small. I'm not doing a guided tour because everywhere's upside down. The rooms are so small here that the only place I had room to put my desk was the kitchen. The kitchen's probably one of the biggest rooms in the house, but never mind. So you'll have to get used to looking at my cooker and looking at me. Unless I get one of those screens. In fact, I got rid of one before I came. Oh, before I moved to Fleetwood, I got rid of those lovely screens that you you see in the movies where they go behind and start stripping off the clothes. I had a lovely screen. I used to use it as a backdrop when I took photographs of my crochet in the garden in my other house, my real house, yeah. And I got rid of it. Whether I'll ever get another one, I don't know. You know what I mean? The white ones that go like that, yeah. Yes, I have moved, Lisa. Lisa, Liza. Ooh, here we go again. I never know what this poor girl's called, Alex. I'm sure I insult her weekly. I'm not going to answer any personal questions. I'm sorry, Mimi. I've moved. That's, yeah. I'm not answering any whys, wherefores, where's everybody gone? I'm not answering them. Sorry about that, but it's personal, yeah. But so as you can gather, I'm still in a state of boxes and everybody. Bags, yeah. Yeah, when I get settled, it's going to take me weeks, you know. I mean, I didn't have any internet when I moved here because my internet provider that I had wouldn't work here. It's like a dead zone. I moved here with the internet I had before and nothing. So I've had to wait 2 weeks for an internet provider to come out to me. And he came yesterday. And yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine. Yeah. And everything's fine. And I'm okay. Well, I say I'm okay, but you know, not always. Don't ask me why have I moved, June, because I'm not going into it. I just said before, it's for personal reasons. And I'm not going into it on the internet. Because, yeah, I'm on my own now. Yeah, yeah. If I start saying things on here, it'll only upset certain people, and I don't want backlash, you know. So, no, I'm not saying any reasons. Yeah. No, this I own it. I don't get paid for heating. No, no. I have to pay all my own bills. Yeah, like I did before. Yeah. Once I get sorted, at the moment I'm like living out of a cardboard box. You know the feeling. If anybody's ever moved, you know the feeling. My removal men were lovely, they were gorgeous, and they were very helpful, but I think they must have been dyslexic because things that were labelled garage got put into the lounge. Things that were labelled bedroom got put into the garage. So I spent the first 2 weeks looking for my underwear, you know what I mean? Nightmare. But I only found my long sleeve dresses the other day, yeah. So it's a fresh start. I'm looking upon it as a fresh start, like you say. You've got to, when you get to my age, you've got to think of everything as a positivity. Because if you start thinking of things as a negativity, you you have a different atmosphere on, you know, a different attitude on life, and I don't want that attitude. I mean, I'm 80 this year, not till the end of the year, but I'm 80 this year. So, you know, you don't know how much longer you've got, and you're thinking, I want to do my own thing, be happy, and so I'm making this. How can I put it? Not making the best of it. That sounds as though it's bad, doesn't it? You know what I mean? I'm looking at this as positive step. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. It's a positive. Yeah, negativity. I mean, we were talking about this the other day, and funnily enough, I was watching a video about the same thing. I'm talking to a friend of mine about the same thing. As you know, without going into too much detail, I'm in chronic pain most of the time. And they were saying that if you dwell on your pain, if you think about your pain all the time, it doesn't make your pain any better, but it makes you mentally worse. Yeah, if you know what I'm saying. And my friend's husband, he's got pains and everything, and he's groaning and moaning. And she said to him the other day, does it make you feel any better when you grunt and you groan and you moan? And he said, well, no. So she said, well, why do you do it then? You know, my mum, God bless her, I lost patience with her, and I'm sad now that I did, because every movement she made, she grunted and she complained and she, oh, I'm in terrible pain, oh, this, oh, that. And it makes whoever's with them not patient. I just wanted her to shut up and stop it. It was getting on my nerves, because every time she moved in the chair, she, oh, you don't know how much pain I'm in. And I'm like, so now, when I'm in pain, my friends will say, I go, something like that. And they'll say, what do you do that for? And what do you do that for? And I say, well, it's either that or I'll shriek. Which would you prefer? Would you prefer me to go top of your voice, or would you prefer me to go, yeah? Am I having a yarn on? No, 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 no. No, no yarn malls, no. I'm not having, my yarn will be in the garage. It'll be like it used to be in my shed, in packages, wrapped up. I am not having loose wool in display cabinets behind me. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, where am I located? I'm in Cleveless, which is just about 2 miles down the road from where I was before, but it's nowhere near the sea, and it's nowhere near the wind, and it's a much warmer here. Yeah, I've only moved 2 miles, like, more inland, if you know what I mean. But it's a difference. I was freezing in that other house, freezing to death. Yeah. I wasn't the posh bit of Fleetwood. I was in the posh bit, but it was cold. Yeah, I'm trying to be positive, Yolanda. Like you say, I may have 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years left. I don't know. But when you get to the end of your life, you just want as much enjoyment as you can. There's no point. Yeah, my yarn's all wrapped up. I don't have any loose. Well, I have loose yarn, what I'm using, but I don't have loose yarn on. I mean, I admire these people who have beautiful craft rooms with all the wool on display. It's very beautiful. It's lovely. But it's not practical, because it gets dirty, it gets dusty. I don't, yeah, I'll be doing blogs when I sort this damn camera. I mean, Sean sent me a lovely little camera, but I haven't fathomed it out yet. I've not been in the headspace. If you get my meaning, with all this moving and stuff, my head has been in bits all over the place, yeah? Because you're thinking all the time, your mind's going. What am I going to do? How am I going to pack this? I've got to get a removal man. Can he come on the day I want him to come? And it in your brain, and I just was not in the right space to start making, happy little blogs, when the whole house was packed up practically around me, yeah. But once I get here, I really could do with, I don't want a man in my life, but I need a handyman. I'd like a handyman with a hammer and the nails, and somebody who'll come. And Sue has promised to come and visit once I save up enough money to get a sofa bed. But she has promised to come down and visit me. Yeah. So, yeah, I know, but I just, Mimi, I can't get in. You've got to be in a right headspace to sit in front of a camera and be happy and have things to say and do. And I didn't want to come in front of a camera when I was, I won't say depressed, that's not the right word. Depressed is not the word. Depressed is somebody who has something physically, mentally wrong with them, and that they can't control it, and they need drugs to get. That to me is depression. And I don't like it when people say, oh, I am depressed, when they really mean, I'm in a bad mood, I'm down, I'm not feeling myself. And that's where I was. I will never say I'm depressed. Yeah, I was irritated, frustrated. Things were taking too long. Solicitors were messing us about. It was just like all the time, because we were wanting to move forward with everything, and you couldn't understand why it was taking weeks for something that you're thinking in America or something, they do it in 5 minutes. Why is it taking months, for bits of paper to come here, or this bit of paper's got to go there? And the first bungalow I went after, it was beautiful, just been revamped, redone, everything was gorgeous. On the points of signing to move in, the guy died suddenly. Boom. Not an old man, young man. Boom. Don't know what happened to him, but he died suddenly. There had to be an inquest. He hadn't made a will. It had to go to probate and everything. And so they said, you can't go ahead with that bungalow. So I had to start all over again, looking for another one. Yeah. So I should have moved in November, actually. But not my fault. The poor guy died, He was on the points of signing it. He had all the paperwork. He'd given it to his solicitor to check it over before he signed it. And then don't know what happened to him, but he died suddenly. He wasn't even ill. So hence the inquest. And in England, in Britain, I should say, inquests take weeks, months. Then the will, then probate can take 12, 18 months. And I couldn't wait, I couldn't have waited. And it was a beautiful bungalow. It was brand new inside because he was a developer and he bought it and flipped it and everything, new bathroom, new kitchen, new everything. I could have walked in with a toothbrush. And that's, that was that good. It wouldn't need cleaning or anything. It was just immaculate. But hey ho. So I had to start all over again, looking for another place. So this one is a little bit further out. I've got quite a trek. But the trek to the shops, at least, is not down the seafront. I hated that seafront. I hated that. And I look out here and I've got a park across the road. And the dogs are going past all day long, walking past the dogs. So I've got something to look at. The children go by because there's a school just a corner there. So the children go by twice a day. The dogs go by all day long. Whereas where I lived before, nobody walked past. It was like a dead zone. You got quite excited if somebody walked past there, But I'm a people watcher. I can enjoy myself just sitting in a window watching people walk by. And that's what I used to have when I lived in Prestwich, because everybody neighboured and everybody knew everybody. And when I sat in my bay window, everybody waved and the little kiddies would stop and wave on their way to school and back. And I really missed that social contact. I'd sit in that other bungalow and nobody would pass by. Nobody. And I mean, here, I only went to the dustbin with some bits and pieces. And I was freezing cold because I'd stopped to talk to so many people. And I'd gone out in my sweater and it was a cold day. And my teeth were chattering when I came in. But everybody was like, hey, how are you? Have you moved in there? Oh, how nice. How lovely to see you and all that. And I'm like, hey. Oh, my old house. If I won the lottery, I would offer them any money they wanted to go back into that old house. Yeah. It was lovely. Yeah. No, this house, it was November when we decided to have this one. November. And I moved in on the 31st of January. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm straight facing a park. I mean, next week I'll probably see loads of kiddies because there's a swing park, at the front of it. So I'll probably see loads of little ones. I'm not directly opposite. I'm just like there. Yeah. Oh, they're so friendly here. And I've got a little shop, which is like a block away. When I say a block, it's not like an American block. It's like a little block of a few houses. I've got a little, sort of like a mom and pop convenience store. Whereas before, where I was before, I had to get on my scooter, battle in the wind, the rain, the whatever, just to get a loaf, It was, yeah. I mean, here it's a little bit of a trek to go into But I go into Cleveland's, and Cleveland's itself has got everything you would need, except Marks and Spencer's is closing down, which I'm sad about because I love Marks and Spencer's. And they're moving to a bigger place, which will be too far away for me to go on my scooter. But I mean, when you live with on yourself, you don't need that much. I mean, like I got my soup maker out the other day and I made some lovely leek and potato soup. And 2 days before that, I made a chicken casserole. You know, that lasted me 2 days and stuff. So it's not like you're shopping all day long. You know, when there's more people in a family, you've got more things to buy, haven't you? But I mean, there's a corner shop here. If I want like a bread or milk or something like that, you know, I can get it there. And you know, it's just handy if the weather's bad, isn't it? You haven't got far to go, yeah. And I've got a new wheeler. It was funny because I wanted a wheeler with a seat, you know, a pusher wheeler, yeah. Because I thought, I'm not getting my big scooter out just to go like a few houses down, you know, to the corner shop. I'm not doing that. So I thought, well, I've got a wheeler, but it's a 3-wheeler one without a seat, you know, push. But if you get a bit wobbly, you know, you can't sit on anything because you can't sit on it. So I'd said to my scooter man, I had to come to service the scooter. So I think I told you the power pack failed on it and it wasn't charging up. So I said to him, do you have any second-hand wheeler things? He said, oh, yeah, if I do, I'll bring one. Anyway, he turned up with this new one. And I said to him, I said, I'm a bit stuck for cash. I've had to move. I bought all stuff for the kitchen. I bought all stuff. I said, money's a bit at the minute. And he said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. He said, I'll leave it with you. And he said, if you want it, let me know. If you don't want it, let me know. And he said, you can even pay for it in installments if you want, you know. So I thought, But I'd gone to price a second-hand one and they wanted like £60 for a second-hand one, you know. And I'm thinking, And I don't want to get one online because you need to make sure. I bought one online, if you remember, years ago when I lived at the other house. I bought one online and that was the one that I went to Yarndale and it tipped me over and I banged my head and bruised all down. I made a right mess of myself because the brake didn't work properly. You have to pull a brake on before you sit on them. And I pulled the brake and it didn't lock. And with it being in a cattle market, there was like uneven and there's like gullies where they swish down, you know, I suppose when the cows have pooed or something, you know, and they swish it down and my wheel went into a gully and it tipped me backwards and I banged my head and I banged all my shoulder, my arm. I was in a right mess. So I didn't trust it anymore, so I gave it away. And the bloke I gave it to was actually a mechanic and he said, I can sort it all out. I'll give it to my mother-in-law. I said, I don't want to know. I don't want to see it anymore. Don't want it. So then, of course, I wanted one then when I came here. I thought it would be handy just to go to the shop with, you know. You don't want to start revving up your scooter just to go a couple of yards down the road, you know. So I've got a wheel. I've got a wheelie. Which, I mean, I will pay him. It's just that it's sorting out when you move somewhere. I don't know whether you do the same thing. When you move somewhere new, you don't know what your monthly expenses are going to be until you get your first bills coming in, you know, for the electric, the water, the gas. You don't know where you stand. I mean, I'm on a limited income like most people, yeah. And I've only got X number of pounds to not play with, but you know what I mean? It comes in each month. So I need to know, I'm very that way. I need to know what has to go out, what's an essential, what's got to be put on one side to pay electric, gas, water, blah, 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 blah. And what's left over is what you can save or what you can buy things with. You understand where I'm going, yeah? So until I get my first like quarters bills in and that, I'm going to be like a bit wary of spending any money really. Because I need, they left me, I don't know if you can see it or not, there. They left me that little tiny fridge. That's a freezer underneath, but I don't want that because I've got my own freezer. But that little fridge isn't suitable. and I need to get a bigger fridge. So I've got the money for that. But like the sofa bed, well, I have to wait. Yeah. When I'm a big YouTube star, of course, and I'm earning hundreds of pounds a month. Yeah. Hi, Shan. Well, I've been out. That's why I'm dressed up, Gillian. Look at this. It's too big. I made it when I was 4 stone heavier. And it's falling off me. But I won't give it up because I like it. Maybe one day I'll make another one smaller. But you know what it's like. You've got your priorities. My priority is to get a fridge. Yeah. My priority is not to get a sofa bed. Yeah. I mean, Sue, she's known me. You know Sue. She used to do the videos with me. She's in Scotland now. She said, "Oh, I'll come down and see you." I said, "I haven't got a bed at the moment." She said, "I'll sleep on the sofa. I'm not fussed, you know. I'll sofa surf for a day, yeah." So I'm expecting to say, I said, "You've got to make a video." I said, "Your fans are waiting for you." I said, "I get asked all the time." Yeah, it's a rollator. It's 4 wheels on a seat, yeah. I said, "Your fans keep asking about you, Sue." I said, "Where are you? Where are you?" She said, "Oh, yeah, we'll make a video." So now I've got to sort the camera out or sort out the one that Shan beautifully sent to me. I haven't worked it out yet, Shan. Hi, Ethan. But yeah, a Sue and Jam video, you might get one of them next. Oh, don't hold your breath, girls and boys. Yeah, but it's so peaceful without the dogs. My next door neighbour, not my adjoining next, I'm a semi this time, not detached. But my next door neighbour, I haven't seen him yet. I've seen him get out of the car. But my next door neighbour the other way that shares kind of a drive with me, he said, "You're not moving in with them dogs, are you?" And I went, "No, they're not my dogs." And he went, "Oh, thank God for that." Because, of course, when I was moving in, they were, yeah. I bet next door, the other place is glad we moved. Oh, dear. But I'm trying to be positive and I'm trying to find the funny side out of everything. Now, I'm on my own now, Ethan, yeah. I'm on my own. You know, when I'm surrounded, I mean, I was going into the garage to try and find these dresses because, you know, the removal men, my dyslexic removal men, had put everything in the wrong places. And I'm like joking. I'm saying, "I'll tie a piece of string around my waist, you know, if everything falls on top of me, you know, my little feet are sticking out from a pile of bags, you know, just pull this string and bring me out again, yeah." But my friend's son is off school, teenage son off school next week. So I've got the shelving that I had in the shed. I've got that. And it just pops together. It's plastic. You know, it doesn't, it's all in flat pack at the minute because we pulled it all down. And if it's fine and he comes, I'm going to it's going to be a mammoth task, pull the bags out of the garage and put them on the drive. Get all the shelving up into the garage so that I've got somewhere where I can see where I'm going to put things. Yeah. Yeah. And it's the same with my spare bedroom at the moment. It's got furniture. These are smaller rooms. So I've got furniture that should have been, yeah, I've moved, Connie. Furniture that should be in my lounge won't fit in the lounge because the lounge is smaller. Yeah. So, you know, all the white units I had with the glass fronts and that, it won't fit one of them in. So one of them is finished up in a spare bedroom. Also, a big Kallax unit that I had that you couldn't see, but I had a big Kallax unit in the front room, won't fit. So that's in the spare bedroom. But at the moment, they're in the middle of the room. And then they piled all the bags into the room. And I couldn't hardly open the door. It was that bad. So now I've got about half of the bags. I can actually get into the room now, you know what I mean? So before I do the garage, in fact, tomorrow I might start pulling the bags out, even if I have to put them in the kitchen temporarily, just so I can get the units round the wall. Once I get the units round the wall, I can start using them for storage because at the moment I don't want to put anything in them because that would make them too heavy to move. So while they're empty, you know, the IKEA, yeah. So, you know, IKEA, you can pick it up and throw it, can't you? You know what I mean? It's not made of wood, it's just chipboard or whatever they call it. So I haven't got 3 bedrooms, Mimi. I've only got two. So my second bedroom will be a craft room stroke spare bedroom. I'm not living with my son and family anymore, no. I want to get a sofa bed, yeah. I don't want a permanent, because if the bedrooms are not that big. If I have a permanent bed in it, it's like a waste, isn't it? Because the number of times you have somebody staying overnight is not very often, you know, just now and again. You have friends come over. But so I was thinking I want a sofa bed, you know, so that it's not. I mean, in the meantime, my friend has got a blow up bed. So she said, if anybody comes to call before you get the sofa bed, she said, you can borrow the blow up bed. So plan B. She only lives around the corner. So that's plan B. Plan A is a sofa bed, of course. But plan before A is money. It's lottery night. Just please. It'll have been drawn now. I won a £5 last week. I won a £5. Chances are, you know. Yeah, I'm not being funny with anybody. You're right, Dottie. Personal questions, it could cause problems, let's just say, within the family. I'm not answering them, yeah. It's just accept the fact I've moved, yeah. And that's, just be happy for me. I've moved, yeah. Hi, Chris. So I don't, you know, I'm not going there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you agree, do you, Connie? Yeah, yeah. If the time is ever right, I will explain the situation. But at the moment, no. Yeah. Yeah. It's just something or other, yeah. And you know, I'm trying to pick up a crochet hook. Before I moved, I found the bit. I made a cardigan with it, if you remember, like a 4-ply. It's a cone. If you know Denise Deer, she bought a load of these cones and really, I mean, they're acrylic, but really knockdown price. So of course, you know, even though I wasn't supposed to be buying any, I think I bought about 5. And I made a cardigan. And even though I made a cardigan in crochet, look at all I had left. I had all this left. So while all my wool was packed up, which was why I was making the scrappy granny square shawls, because all I had left for me to play with, if you know what I mean, was all these part balls. So, because all the big stuff was all packed away. I mean, the shed was packed away in November because that's when I thought I was moving in the first place, yeah. So anyway, I'm making I think I'd started it when I think I'd started. Yeah. Anyway, I'm making a never-ending virus shawl. Yeah. I don't need any more shawls, but and woolies. I've got woolies coming out the ears. But the thing is, everybody's saying, "Oh, take them to the charity shop." They don't want them. They don't want them. I started it in the old house, did I? Yeah. I haven't touched it since. I haven't touched it. And I'm not touching it now because I'm not in the mood. I can't settle. But, you know, I just needed something to do, yeah. When I'm stressed, I knit or I crochet like the wind, you know. Some people smoke, some people drink. Some people, I don't know what other people do, but, you know, I haven't got time, Lisa lies. Oh, dear, I'll get it right one day. I haven't got time at the minute. I know everybody that could help me lives miles away or lives in the States, yeah. And it's times like this I really miss Sue. And I miss Kelly because I've lost touch with Kelly, as you know. We've never fallen out. It's just we've drifted. Yeah, Lise, I keep forgetting it's. You know, I'm old. I forget things, yeah. Next week I'll still ask you if you're Lisa or Eliza, yeah. I've made that many virus shows. I've not got one myself, but I've made loads and loads of virus shows, yeah. No, I don't eat. Well, you know I'm not eating much anyway. I don't know why I'm not losing weight. Well, I don't know. I might be. I can't find my scales. I don't know where the scales are. They're probably in the garage with everything else. They'll emerge from somewhere eventually, yeah. I did eventually, Val. I had the white ring of doom for ages, going round and round and round. So I had to come out and, yeah. Have you still got your VIP ticket on, Val? I've still got mine on, yeah. VIP for that wonderful, wonderful cream tea. Yeah. I think I should write to complain about that, you know. It was rubbish, wasn't it? Cheers. See, I've got poppy mat. Oh, I keep doing it the wrong way. No, that way. Poppy mats up there to match me poppy. And I've got poppy cushion covers in the front. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a very important person. Yes, I am indeed. I have to think that. Oh, mind you, I think the town neighbourhood was talking to me the other day. You can tell he was when he walked past with pink, fluffy bedroom slippers on to go to the shop. You know he was special. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I did. Nathan, it was Linda who's on here. Linda sent me the wonderful, wonderful. I've eaten them. Look at that. It came by post on Valentine's Day, and I thought, oh, I've got a Valentine, but it was Linda. Sorry, Linda, but you know, I thought it was Mr. Wonderful, although I've not got one, but you know, and it was gorgeous. If you live in the UK and you want to send anybody anything, it was beautiful. 2 scones, jam, and everything. Yeah, I would go again, Dotty, to the show if it was a lot more stalls. It was the first one, and I don't think many vendors as many vendors went because maybe they were a bit hesitant because it was the first one. It was very nice, but I would say that the actual hotel itself wasn't very well run. They didn't. Maybe they'd never done one before. I don't know, but they didn't see. They were all at 6s and 7s. They didn't seem to know which end was up. You know. My internet is a different internet, which is why I've not been on for the last 2 weeks, Seaside. I had to wait for PlusNet to find, you know, in the infinite big schedule, find time to actually come out and fit it for me, which took 2 weeks, would you believe? Anyway, they came on Friday, and I knew I was a winner with Stitches and Jacks because Linda told me. Linda said, "Have you been watching it?" And I went, "No, because I've only got a phone that, you know, it's cooking on gas, my phone. It's not one of them fancy dancy things, you know." So I wasn't going to use my data to watch YouTube videos because I would have run out of, and I needed the phone for more important things, if you with me. So no, I didn't watch the video. But Linda told me, and then Val contacted Karen and told her like that, you know, I'd already got my ticket and stuff like that. Anyway, I met them both. If you go on my Facebook page, you'll see pictures of me with Jeanette from Crafty Clegs, pictures of me with Karen, Stitches and Jacks, yeah. I missed Amora. She was there filming a video. So if you want to see what it's like, watch Amora. That's Amora, because I know she will put a video up eventually. Because she was filming everywhere with her little camera, going around everywhere and talking to everybody. Because my friend was there selling her hand dyed yarn, and she said that she'd been, but she must have come round and done the whiz round with her camera while I was having my cream tea. Yeah, so I missed her more. Yeah. Oh, they're lovely. Jeanette and Karen are absolutely lovely. You get some people who are on YouTube and they get a bit uppity. They think they're a bit above, you know what I mean? No, they were absolutely lovely people. Yeah, lovely. Down to earth, you know what I mean? No airs and graces. No, oh, look at me, I've got so many thousand subscribers. Do a great, yeah. Oh, Amora's probably, you have to take a seasick pill before you watch Amora's videos, I will warn you, because she talks really fast and she whizzes the camera like that. We've all told her to slow down, but she just, and she keeps saying on her videos, people keep telling me to slow the camera down, and yet she still does it. If you suffer from vertigo, you can't watch her videos. And she's lovely. I mean, she's lovely. And she's very thorough. She does lots of things, but she goes too fast. You know, we should just linger a little bit on everything, you know. But I didn't do a video because I've only got my phone, my camera, you know, as you know. And I still haven't sorted out the one that Shan so kindly sent to me. I haven't sorted it yet. But yeah, Amora will go everywhere. She goes to all of these shows. If you can't go to any of the Welsh and you'd like to watch what it's like, you'd like to see what it's like, watch her videos, because she's been to Scotland, she's been to Wales, she's been everywhere. You know, it might be as well actually, if I tell you Val, slow your video speed down. You know, you can alter it, can't you, on YouTube? Slow it down. Because it might make her talk a bit slower as well, because she talks really, really fast. I mean, she's a teacher. I feel sorry for the little kiddies that she teaches, because she. And I said that to my friend. I said, has she been? And she goes, well, I said, she's got long blonde hair and she talks really, really fast. And she went, yeah, she's been. She said, don't she talk fast? I said, yeah, no. Oh, dear. Yeah, you can slow the speed down. If you go into your, there's little symbols on it. She doesn't seem to, people have told her umpteen times, Dottie Graham, that she talks too fast and she videos too fast. And she even says, I'll try and slow down because people keep complaining. And yet she still does it. It just seems to be like, that's the way she is. She's like something on speed, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's a cog into it. She's Geordie, yeah. There's a cog you can slow your videos down, because I've done that if I've ever been watching a tutorial. You know, if you're watching a tutorial and they're going a bit too fast for you with the some of them do, don't they? I'm just going to do a double crochet, and then I'm going across the road. If you slow it down, you can actually keep pace with them. If you Amora, Amora, Amora. She goes to all the yarn shows and you know, yarn festivals, and she does lovely videos. Not knocking her, Ella. She just talks too quickly, and she videos too quickly. Yeah. So you get a bit of vertigo watching her. Yeah. You saw the video down, did you? Yeah. I mean, I love watching her, you know, because when you can't get out a lot like me, and you can't get to these yarn shows, she goes and does yarn shops in a certain town. She'll go and visit. She went up to Scotland and she was visiting, you know, she went to visit about half a dozen yarn shops and went in them all, showed you what they were like and everything. And it's, you know, if you can't get out, I don't have transport. I would love to travel and go and see all these yarn things and that. Love to go. But I'm reliant on somebody offering me a lift or somebody organising a coach trip. And they don't often do them anymore, you know. You have to belong, I think, to a big knitting circle where like 10 or 15 people want to go, you know. And I used to belong to a knit group that used to do that. They used to hire a minivan, a mini whatever it is, and go all these places, which was great, you know, for me. But here, like, I just, yeah, I can't do it, you know, I can't do it. And a lot of my friends, yes, she's done a Turkey one as well. She was in Turkey buying wool. She gets about a bit, that girl. You should watch her. If you like that sort of thing, if you like nosying at wool fairs and like nosying in other people's shops in different areas, yeah. I mean, I've actually been asked by the Naked Sheep in Fleet, Clevis, Naked Sheep, if I wanted to do a video there. And I said, well, I can't do a live. I could do a video, with them in the Naked Sheep. And I said, well, leave it at the moment because I've got a dicky camera, as you know. And I was in the middle of moving. So I might actually go and do one in the Naked Sheep, which, she does online, I think, as well. Berry Market. Oh, God, she did one in Berry Market. I wanted to go with her. I wanted to go. They do coach trips, actually, here, I think, from Cleveland up to Berry Market, which I might go one day. I used to love Berry Market. The fish and the meat market and the fruit used to be as fresh as can be. I used to go with my I could walk in those days, ish. I used to have a wheeler, big old lady wheeler. You could fit fortnight shopping in one of them kind of wheelers, yeah. And I used to go up to Berry Market. I used to go on a Saturday because it didn't open Sunday, the market. It didn't open Monday. I think it opened again on Tuesday. So, of course, any fish, chicken, meat that hadn't been sold, they used to do what I call barking. In other words, who'll give me such a thing for this lovely salmon? Who'll give me this? Come on, ladies, there's only so much for a big salmon. And I used to spend about £30. I'd go up about once a month, spend about £30, come back with a big trolley full of chicken, meat, fish, all sorts of stuff, prawns, anything. And then I used to come home, bag it all in individual portions and put it right on it with a Sharpie and put it in the freezer. It was brilliant. I mean, here, you think Fleetwood, don't you? Fish, yeah. I went into the local fish shop here and I got a piece of cod, and I could have made it into 3 if I was being a bit more frugally, but I just cut it into 2. So it was a piece of fish into 2. It was £14. Mind you, having paid £14 for a cream tea, it probably was a bargain, wasn't it, that bit of cod? But I'm thinking £7 for what the fish for one meal for me. I thought it's too expensive, I mean, I could have got a whole salmon in Berry for £7, a big salmon. I mean, talking big one. But that's what I do miss. I miss Berry Market. And I mean, Fleetwood has a market, but it's not a patch on Berry. If ever you get a chance to go to Berry Market. Oh, hi, Katie. I've just seen you. Sorry. If ever you get a chance to go to Berry Market, be on a day trip or anything. You got a ticket for tomorrow? Yeah, I'm not going tomorrow. No. Yeah, the cream tea was rubbish. Absolutely. You've seen a picture of it on Facebook. I put a picture on it. It was disgusting. There was people complaining left, right, and centre about that cream tea. £14 for that. I'm going to write and complain. I really am. It really was bad. Karen's Stitches and Jacks will still be there tomorrow. Ruth, if you see her. But I think Jeanette's going home. Yeah, you won't see Jeanette. And you won't see Amora because she's gone home. And you won't see me because I've come home. I mean, it's lovely, Ruth, but it's not worth 2 days to me. I've seen everything that was there. If you want to see some of the pictures, I've put them on Facebook. They're not brilliant pictures because I am not, what's it called, David Bailey. And I didn't video because I feel such a twerp, going around going, smile, you're okay. And not everybody wants to be videoed, and you have to be careful you don't get people in because people are, they don't want to be on camera, whether they're not supposed to be there or they don't tell their husbands that, they're there. But you will enjoy it, though, Ruth. You will. It was good, yeah. Yeah, I'm in the kitchen, Jane, yeah. There's blank wall there. Maybe next week there'll be a unit there. I've got one of those like kitchenette units, but of course it's come flat pack. Should have known better. Yeah. And anyway, my friend's husband, fingers crossed, will help me. Well, not help me because I can't help. I can hold a screw for him. I can pass him a screwdriver. But apart from that, I'm about as much use as a chocolate fireguard, you know. I miss Tony, who used to be my ex next door neighbour. I mean, he got to the stage where, you know, he'd say, Janet, can we just have a break, please? No more flat pack furniture for a couple of months. Because I'd be going, Tony. And he said, don't tell me. You've been ordering again online. You've ordered another flipping bookcase, haven't you? Yeah, hello, Tony. We don't have senior centres. You obviously live in America or somewhere. We don't have things like that over here. You have to go like that to get a handyman to come. And then he's like, with the money. Trying to get any kind of a handyman here is like, you'd think it was still COVID, yeah. And then they charge a fortune. So it's just cost me £180 to get my garage door to lock. He didn't put any new parts on it. He didn't put anything on it. All he did was oil it and fix it and sort it. £180. £65 to move some rubbish. You know. Yeah, come on, there's 63 people in here and I've got 29 thumbs up, so somebody is not. People who do videos, yeah, the ones who earn the big bucks, I mean, you know, they say that it's important to have the thumbs up because it raises your algorithm. That's a nice big word, isn't it? With YouTube. So the more people who thumbs up, the more YouTube notices you. And when they notice you, they then put you forward for other people to watch. You know, you might like this lady because like 74 people have thumbs up for her, you know. And this is how they get on. It's because of the thumbs up. And I never realised it until I became like a YouTuber myself. I never realised it. I didn't always do thumbs up. Didn't realise it, what it meant. I just thought it was like telling the person who was making the video that you liked it. It was what I thought. But it's not. It's all to do with YouTube recognising the fact that somebody's actually watching you. Yeah. And that's how they work it out. It's all done technology, isn't it, these days? Little bots that watch what's doing. So that's why I asked for thumbs up. It's because of the algorithm. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. Age. I don't think we have an age UK. Yeah, everything is pay these days. Everything is pay. Yeah. It's just. Yeah, we were just talking about Amora before, about her talking too fast. I've got relatives that live in Vancouver, yeah. They can't do a thumbs down anymore. It doesn't, they've still got the thumbs down, but it doesn't register. Yeah, I used to get somebody, as soon as my video went live, within 2 or 3 seconds of every video that went live, somebody would thumbs me down. And it was the same person, I swear it, because I used to think, thumb me down if you don't like me, but at least watch the video. You knew they had not watched the video because as soon as it went live, boom, the thumb went down. And I used to think, oh, come on, be fair. And I think YouTube have realised that some people were like that. They were just vindictive and they were just pressing the dislike, you know, because they didn't like somebody. It was like, you know, a bit of online bullying, really, I think. I mean, this dislike button, the only time I ever pressed it was when a lady, I think she was having some kind of a breakdown, but she was foul-mouthed, really foul-mouthed. And I just kept complaining to YouTube saying, it's not nice. This lady is obviously having a mental breakdown. She shouldn't, you know, you should monitor her for her own sake, because she wasn't like that. She had some kind of a breakdown. She'd been lovely, 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 lovely. And all of a sudden she went weird. And she was effing, jeffing, death threats, everything. And that's the only time I've ever thumbs down anything and contacted YouTube to complain about her, because she needed medical help, you know. She just was off her rocker, you know. Sorry to be like that, but she was off her rocker. And I think they should have monitored and took her off for her own safety. But that's me, yeah. But oh yeah, the trolls used to. As I say, I didn't mind a thumbs down if somebody really didn't like me, or somebody had watched the video and took exception to something I'd said. But when this one person used to thumb me down 2 seconds into my video, it was, it was like, you know what I mean? Oh, there are some though. I mean, I'm very fortunate, Enid, that touching wood, I do get the odd few trolls and that. Yeah, Teresa, that's, you know who I mean. It was very sad, wasn't it? She just had a breakdown, I think. I've had the trolls in my life, but I stopped going on a lot of lives, not usually in the UK, because there was people on there who were getting very vindictive with each other. And it was getting quite nasty on some of the channels. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on, And they'd be ripping into somebody, And I'm like, and they seem to kind of enjoy it, like having pleasure out of ripping somebody apart. And I'm like, whoa, I don't want to be on this live. When somebody's being really, really nasty. Yeah, she was a brilliant crocheter, that lady, Jane, yeah. But Enid, I mean, yeah, she was brilliant with a tutorial. She was the best tutorial ever. And then she had this breakdown or something. And she was dreadful. She was swearing and threatening to kill people and everything. Obviously, she was having a breakdown, because that wasn't her. I don't know what happened to her brain, but something had happened, yeah. And I mean, YouTube should have pulled her for her own safety. They really should have, yeah. It was just sad, very sad. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't like the begging. There's a few people that beg all the time, begging, whether it's covert begging or begging. And it's like, oh, I'd love this, that, but I can't afford it. Or, oh, I wish I could have this sewing machine, I wish somebody would send. And people they send them money, sewing machines, and I'm like, why? I couldn't. If I want something, I'll save up for it. I wouldn't dream of saying to all of you, I need so and so. Can anybody spare? No, I wouldn't do it. No. And that's the reason why I don't do this. I might do Ko-fi one day, which is buy me a coffee, which is £3. Yeah. Voluntary. If anybody wants to buy me a coffee, if I put it on, fine. But I don't like this, where you pay for membership and you pay £10 a month or something to be a private member. Or I don't have anything to offer. I don't have anything different to offer people that I don't tell people anyway. Patreon, that's it, Patreon, yeah. I don't have anything. I don't design patterns or say, if you pay me £10 a month, you can have first dibs of a pattern. And I'm like, I mean, I went off one lady that did that. She had a crocheting pattern and I really liked it, and I would have bought it. Fair dues, I would have bought it for my Patreon or Patreon people only. And I thought, well, up yours. Yeah. That was the end of me watching her, I thought, no. Put your pattern up for sale, $6, $8, whatever, put it up. But not, it's only for my Patreon people. It's only for them. And I'm like, off. Yeah. I did have a Ko-fi account one time, and I think I got 2 coffees bought me in about 12 months. But yeah, the members only content. It's, I don't know. It just puts me off that person because I'm thinking you're not that special that you'd have to have this members only. What are you going to tell you? I mean, so one person said you get access to my videos a couple of days before everybody else, and I'm like, huh? Is that what the poor people are paying $10 a month for? To get access to your videos 2 days before everybody else? I'm like, huh? No. If that were me, I'd think, no, wait 2 days. Sorry, you're not that good. I don't like it when they start doing Patreon and members only, and I won't watch them. I just won't. It's like, to me, it's begging to me. Mm, I'm sorry, but it's begging, isn't it? Yeah. All these people who, yeah, I know one or two. I'm not going to name them, Jane, but there's one or two who do this. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to manage to pay the gas bill this month, and yet they've been buying yarn like fortnight before and showing it all, and then it's like, oh, don't know what I'm going to do. I can't pay my gas bill, and people are sending money, and I'm like, eh? It's their choice what they do with the money. If they're spending it on yarn instead of paying the gas bill, don't bail them out. No, you know, if they spend the money that's supposed to be for bills. I was brought up with the fact, like I was saying before, I want to know what money I've got going out each month and what money I've got left over. Yeah, before I buy anything else big. I know I've got to buy a fridge, but I've got the money for that. But, you know, they get their wages and they go and spend it. And then they're like, oh, I've no money for the food. I don't know where I'm going to go. I've got another week and I've got no food. And people are sending them stuff. And I'm like, you should budget. We're all on a budget. We're all got a limit. I don't care how good your salary is if you're still working. You've still got a budget. It's not an amount of money that hasn't got an end, is it? You know, budgeting's so overrated. That's why everybody's in a mess because it seems to be out of fashion to budget. I mean, in the old-fashioned days, your mum used to have a tins, didn't she? She used to get her wages were paid in cash. My mum, like everybody else, used to have an envelope or a little tin or something, and she'd put the money in for this, gas money in, because you used to put, how old I am, we used to put money in the slot in the gas meter and that, yeah. But she used to put it all on one side, and all the bills were there. And then what was left over was food or whatever. And then she would still put some money on one side for something breaking down. You know, you don't know whether, if you, unless you're insured really, really well, you don't know whether your washer's going to go, your fridge is going to go. Yeah. You've always got to have a buffer. But there's a lot of people who don't have that buffer. They're not brought up that way. As soon as the money comes in each week, they spend it. And they don't think, you know, like one day my washer might break down, one day my fridge might blow up or something. It's just, you've got to have, I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but I've moved in here. I don't know what my bills are going to be. I don't know what they are until they first start coming in. So I'm just putting a rein on my spending at the minute because I want to know I've got enough in the bank to pay that bill when it comes. Yeah. But I just wouldn't come on here and say to anybody on here, I can't pay my bill or anything like that. That's my problem. That's my personal thing. I wouldn't tell you I couldn't pay my bill. I wouldn't, because it's the way I'm brought up. And also, you know, if you want something, you save up and then you buy it. You don't go out and get it and put it on a credit card and then can't pay it at the end of the month. You know, my friend uses her credit card, but she uses it How can I put it? She knows she's got the money at the end of the month to pay it all off. And I had another friend who used to get paid his petrol money because he used to travel about, and he had to pay for the petrol as he was going along. And the firm would settle up at the end of the month for the petrol bill. Yeah. And he said, I'm not using my money, my bank account money. I'm using my credit card. Because as soon as he knew what it was, he had all the receipts, they would pay him and he used to pay the credit card bill off. So that's the way he used it to his advantage. I don't argue with that. That is a good way to be. If you know whatever you're paying out, you can pay at the end of the month. But I once got myself into some debt for a credit card by being stupid. You know, I was short of money and things like that, and I was buying things with the credit card, which I shouldn't have done. And when I cleared that debt off, I swore never again, never again. I'm not, getting into that debt. I've got a credit card. It's there. It's in my purse. There's nothing on it. They've stopped sending me statements now because I never put anything on it, but it's there. It's emergency, isn't it? If anything really, really happened and I didn't have the cash, I would use it. But I'm not using it willy-nilly just to go into Asda and buy me groceries. No. I'll manage with what I've got in the cupboard, first before I do that. But maybe it's a generational thing. I don't know. Shan's a lot younger than us. I don't know whether she does the same thing. But it's a generational thing. With my generation, we don't like debt. We don't like HP. We don't like debt. I mean, when I got married, we'd saved up a lot of money for furniture. And at the time, we couldn't get a mortgage for the amount of money the house was. So we had to put our savings that we were saving for furniture, we had to put it down on the house. And it left us absolutely no. I think we had, what did we have? What did we have new? A bed. We had a new bed and a Hoover, would you believe? That was the thing that we bought, a bed and a Hoover. And everything else, the family rallied round. We had second-hand sofas, we had second-hand everything like that, yeah. And we furnished the house bit by bit by bit. But young people today are not prepared to do that. You see wedding present lists with washing machines on, and you're like, whoa, my wedding present list had tea towels, things like that were within people's budget. We might have had, in those days, it was flannelette sheets, wasn't it? It was before duvets and that. You'd put pair of pillowcases. That was what my wedding present list was. It had an iron on it. That was probably more expensive, something like that. It didn't have washing machines, whatever they put on, tumble dryers. I went somewhere and somebody was saying the wedding, they didn't want any, appliances or anything, because they bought it all because they'd been living together before they got married. They wanted money, and the suggestion was at least £100. And I'm like, whoa, I know you have to pay for guests, and I know it's expensive to pay for their meals and stuff like that. But if you are having a wedding, you expect to have the money to pay for a wedding, yeah? My mum and dad didn't expect anybody to chip in for the wedding. They bought my wedding, yeah. Oh yeah, they put washing machines on the wedding present list, yeah. Yeah, my first sideboard, my auntie gave it to us. I mean, now I would love it, and I was sorry I spoiled it. It was a great big dark wood one, and it had the carved thing like that on the top with this and a mirror. So of course we were modern. It was 1968, so we took all the mirror and sanded it all down and made it into like sort of looking like oak or something like that, and put fancy little things on it. And we thought it was marvellous and wonderful. I mean, now I would have rather had it in the state it was in the first place, but that's, it was proper old when we got it given to us. But that's what we did. And I mean, we got given. My aunt was replacing her sofa, so we got what they called a cottage suite. It was a little two-seater uh, sofa with little wooden arms and two little chairs. And we were flipping grateful for it because it meant we had something to sit on, you know what I mean? And a funny story, when we moved in our house, it was a red carpet with grey leaves on it. And where people had put their feet, it had worn to the canvas. So I lay on the floor with a red felt tip pen, colouring the canvas red so that people wouldn't see that they were threadbare. The things you do when you've got no money. I mean, you think about it, but that was the way you did. And we weren't as avaricious, like people now, they criticise, they go in people's houses and they, see, your sofa's got a bit shabby, you know what I mean? We weren't like that. We were all in the same boat. Nobody kind of had. Now they want to go in a house done and they want it all fully furnished, decorated throughout, all new appliances, which is all very well if you've actually saved up the money, which is fair dues. Yes, fair dues. But no, they bang it all on credit cards, they bang it all on bank loans and that. And then what happens is one of them loses their job or they get unexpectedly pregnant and they have to leave their job. And then they're in up street without a paddle, you know what I mean? No, I don't believe in that. Sorry, but I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've got myself a mix, did I tell you? It's not a very brilliant one. £15 in the charity shop. But I'm in business. I can make some scones and cakes now. Yeah. Yeah. It's quite a dumb thing. Some people I know, they had a letterbox at the wedding and everybody was putting their envelopes in with money in and somebody stole the letterbox with all the money in it. The caterers said it wasn't them. Hotel staff said it wasn't them. But the box, it was like a biscuit tin they'd done, covered it with paper and that, and somebody stole the whole box. Yeah. So all that people that donated the money all went. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was so grateful with anything that gave me when I got married. But now, if you offered a young couple something second hand, I've got a sofa here I don't want. Is it IKEA? Yeah, it's all posh. It's all got to be trending. I like hodgepodge. I like colour. I like a mismatch. I mean, them units are fine to me. They're fine. You know, oh, aren't you going to get new? No, they shut, they open. I got the functional, you know what I mean? That'll do. That'll do for me. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, no, I'm not keeping up with the Joneses. I pride myself in booking, I said booking the system. Yeah. I don't want to be like everybody else. I like to be different. You've probably seen the way I dress, the way I am. I like to be different. I like to not be. Everybody else paints their house grey. I don't want it grey. I was the same when I was a kid. If everybody else had a certain type of dress or a certain type of cardigan, I didn't want it. I don't want to look like everybody else. Yeah, I don't. Oh, I've always been odd. My dad used to say I marched to a different drummer than everybody else. I don't know where our Janet gets it from, he said, but she marches to a different drummer than everybody else. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's a boiler. Oh, our old bungalow was pretty grey, except my room. My room was purple, which I'm sad to leave behind purple. One day I will decorate in here. At the moment, I'm not fussed. The kitchen has got holes where my son ripped a shelf. Before I could say I didn't want a shelf. Oh, you don't want that shelf there. So it's got big holes now like that. And then the radiator cover, you know, them grid things, the one in the kitchen, fell apart. So that's left a mark because he hadn't painted behind it, you know. That's left a mark, and there's also holes, yeah. But it'll get plastered eventually. It'll get painted in here eventually. There's marks, like there's a mark on the wall there. Which one? Do you know, I can't get my way going the right way. There's a mark on the wall there, as you can see. There's a mark further down. And the lino, the fridge freezer was over there, and as they've moved it, they've ripped the lino. So I thought, well, I'm not paying for all new lino and stuff in it. Well, it's tiles, actually. I'm not paying. So I've got some clear gaffer tape, you know, what do you call it, duct tape. It'll be underneath the unit when the unit's done. It'll be underneath it. And I've got a mat, you know, to stop me tripping. A trip hazard. It's a trip hazard. I've got a mat there to stop me tripping over it. I'm not buying a whole new lot of lino in here just for a rip. It's a little rip like that. They've obviously dragged something heavy and it's caught and it's ripped it, you know. Minor detail. Minor detail. I love these kitchens I see where they're really old-fashioned, nothing matches. They've got curtains, you know, like where they haven't got a cupboard. They've got a piece of curtain, you know, and the pans are all hung, you know. I just love what I would call like an old-fashioned country kitchen is what I love. I mean, there, I've got a white unit to go there. I would have loved a pine dresser. Or even, you know, like your granny used to have, the old-fashioned ones with the drop down. Everybody had one in the kitchen, didn't they? Kitchenette, yeah. But of course they're vintage now and they cost a bomb. But I would have loved one of those, really old-fashioned. I mean, that used to be the whole kitchen bit in little cottage houses because people didn't have food in, did they? They didn't have tins and stuff. They went day to day to day, didn't they, with the food? Ooh. Yeah, Kate's from the last Homely house. I love that house. I want their curtains. Val, run me up some curtains. I want curtains. Let's get Sue on it. One of our friends, Sue, she's going through it a bit because her husband isn't well. And she sews and sews and sews, but at the moment she's not because her mind's all over the place. And we said we need to get Sue a project. So I'll get Sue a project and make me some patchwork curtains. I really want some patchwork curtains. I absolutely love them. Kate's, the last Homely house, if you ever watch her, she's a quilter. And she's got these only little squares, patchwork curtains. And every time I see her video, I'm like, I want her curtains. I really want her curtains. I even went and looked at some fabric. There was fabric that was printed as squares, yeah. And I'm like, I'm so tempted. So tempted. But I haven't got time to sew at the minute, yeah. But yeah. I wish we had a decent charity shop, and I'm still wanting. When I stop Val going on about 95 holidays a year, we're going to go to that charity shop, aren't we, Val? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't blame Val. She gets some brilliant deals to go on holiday, and she goes. And I don't blame her one bit, and I'm just so jealous I would go myself. But I still want to, when you're home, you know, that 1 week a year, you're home, Val. Can we go charity shopping in a decent charity shop? Yeah. I mean, I miss Presswich was predominantly Jewish. And you just booked two. I know you booked 2 more holidays. I was there when you were booking them. But I bought my doll's house, yes. I'm waiting for somebody to help me paint it. I've got a friend and she's got a really, really bad back. And she said, oh, dolls. I said, I'll find you a chair. You can paint it sitting down. Don't get out of it that fast, you don't, Kim. I said, I'll give you a paintbrush and a chair. You can paint me Dolly's house for me. Yeah, but the charity shops in Presswich, because I'm not being funny, but they were Jewish. and they buy quality. They buy really quality stuff. And the stuff in the charity shop there, oh, I mean, I got a cashmere coat, a full length cashmere coat for £15. Beautiful. I've still got it. Don't know where it is, but I still got it. Yeah. Yeah, I want a flower vase. My niece sent me some beautiful, beautiful flowers. If you've seen my Facebook page, I haven't got a vase. I had to stick them in a glass jug. I'm sure my neighbours think, oh, look at her, she's got a glass jug on her. In the bottom. She's that poor, she can't afford a vase. I want a vase from the charity shop. I want a fruit bowl, something to put my fruit in. I'd put my fruit in my mixing bowl because I'd nowhere else to put it, yeah. Oh, and I found my flowers. I could have plugged them in behind me, but they'd had to be plugged in on the cooker, on the stove top. Because somebody said to me, you're going to plug your flowers in. I thought, well, I found them, I know where they are. Can't find my scales, I can't find everything else, but I found my flowers, yeah. My son hated those flowers, and yet he bought them for me because he knew I'd like them. I said, well, if you hated them so much and you didn't, yeah, the buzzy yellow flowers. Well, it's buzzing in here, isn't it? The fridge is buzzing. The boiler keeps clicking on and off, so I'm sure you wouldn't notice. And even Shad may not even notice the ticking clock. I haven't got one, by the way, but yeah. Oh, Bialte Cottage. I'd love that house. It's lovely. If you haven't seen Bialte Cottage, her floor is made up of all broken tiles, all different colours, and she laid it all herself, all higgledy-piggledy. It's like smashed up tiles all in all pieces like that. And her kitchen is like I was saying, it's got curtains. Instead of having doors on her cupboards, it's got curtains. And nothing matches. It's a complete and utter mismatch. And I love that. It's a lovely, isn't it? Bialte Cottage, yeah. It's just, yeah, I love a ticking clock. I go to sleep with a ticking clock. Yeah. It drives Shad up the pole. And yet, I don't know how he managed to hear it because it was, miles away from the computer. He must have hearing like a greyhound or something. I love a ticking clock. My clocks have not survived the move. The fingers must have got bent or something. They just don't. Glued down old coin. Yeah, I've seen that happening, yeah. Or I'll tell you what I don't like. When you see these pictures of people who've got these toilets and it looks like you're looking down a hole. I couldn't walk in there. Where the floor looks as though it's a hollow. It looks as though you're going to fall down a hole. It's all optical illusion, isn't it? I couldn't, no. I grew up with a grandfather clock that used to chime. It used to bong every quarter of an hour and it used to chime on the hour. And I grew up with that and I loved it. It was just a reassuring, and it was a real tick, 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 because it was one, with a proper grandfather clock with all the, yeah. I'd love one of them. I don't think I'd like a cuckoo clock. I think it wouldn't get me wick, but it'd go whoop, 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 whoop. I wanted one when I was a child. I always did, yeah. Yeah. I always wanted a cuckoo clock, but my mum, of course, yeah, we never got one, yeah. I don't think I want a pet, Ella. I'd love a pet in certain respects, but I don't want the responsibility. It's one expense at the moment I don't want, because if I had an animal, I'd have to make sure that it was insured and that it went to the vets and everything was fine with it. I mean, the days where you had a moggy and, you never took it anywhere are gone now, aren't they? You've got to have them insured. And I live on quite a busy road here. So I'd be terrified that if it went out, it'd get run over, And I don't want to keep it in the house and shut it in, because I think that's cruel where you don't let them out, Oh, a budgie, oh no. Mm. Noisy flipping things and bird seed and feathers everywhere. Oh, that reminds me when I was a kid. Everybody had a budgie, didn't they, in the cage swinging like that. Our cat used to swing on it like that. It was on a spring thing off the ceiling, and the cat used to swing on it like that. And the budgie would be going. I mean, the cat luckily never got the budgie, but it used to frighten it to death. Yeah. A fish. Oh, my son had an aquarium. He said, "I'll put it in your lounge. I said, you can." I said, "I don't want you having tropical fish." Reminds you of the dentist. They put tropical fish in dentists, don't they? Something to watch while you're frightened. You know, you're filming, watching these damn fish going backwards and forwards. Yeah. No. And I'm not having mice, hamsters, rabbits. No, no, no. No. I mean, when I lost the Chihuahua, he was never my Chihuahua. But when I lost the Chihuahua, I really wanted a Chihuahua because my Buster died. And then the Chihuahua had a heart attack. Not with me. He had a heart attack when he was living with his own parents, thankfully. I would have got mad if he'd have died with me. But I mean, I do. Gigi was he was a lovely little soul. I loved him to death, little Gigi, yeah. And I did consider, but it's not fair because I can't walk them. I can't look after them. And even a Chihuahua needs walking, yeah. And around here, there's certain people, not here, I don't know about here, but in Fleetwood, there were certain people who were not responsible pet owners, and there were always dogs being attacked by dogs whose owners didn't have control, and they'd let them off their leads or something like that, and they'd be attacking these dogs left, right, and centre. And every day on our local page, there was always a dog who'd been attacked and bitten and stuff. And it just seemed to be a certain class of people who had dogs that didn't control them, and they were just blighting everybody's dogs, in a certain area in Fleetwood. And it's, we've got a little lady that used to live near where I did, and bless her soul, she could barely walk. She walked like a drunken sailor because she'd obviously got something wrong with her hips. And she had this very, very elderly dog, and it was in one of those little prams for dogs, little pram. And she used to take him out about 3 times a day. Odd times he would be walking, but he couldn't walk. He was worse than her. And I used to think, oh, bless her, she takes him out 3 times a day. And she could barely walk. She was like rocking from side to side to walk. And I thought, that's dedication for loving your pet, isn't it? Because this pet was as old as the hills. I mean, I watched that bloke on Facebook. He's called Buster Zook. And Buster, Mia and Angel Zook. And he's lost Zook. Zook died. And then Buster died. And he's now got Mia. And Mia will be 21 in a couple of months' time if she's still alive. I mean, she's not been well. But 21. And he rescued her when she was 16. Yeah. And I mean, she's a lovely little dog. Bless her, she's a lovely little. And he does all these things on Facebook every other day. He puts things on about her. And, and I thought, taking on a dog at 16 that wasn't well, and he's still got her. And she'll be 21 in, I think it's about a month or 2, if she makes it, yeah. They're very, very pet friendly here. Well, they are in Fleetwood. I don't know about Cleveland. You can take your dog in a lot of places, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, Gigi's, he was like a clung to me, Gigi. There is a stroller, this lady who can't walk, and the dog that can't walk, he's a flipping big dog. He is a big, big dog, yeah. And he's in this stroller. It's like a double buggy for twins, it's like that big. And this little dog was lying there, I don't know whether it gets any pleasure out of. It looks half dead to me, bless his little socks, but You know, she's devoted to this dog. She takes it out 3 times a day. Yeah. I used to see her on the seafront. It could be pouring down, and she's there with this little dog. She's wet through. The dog's not, of course, because it's undercover. You know. but I did miss little Gigi. I missed him like mad. My son hated him because he used to bite him. But good character. Oh, Gigi used to hate everybody but me. But I loved him. I thought he was, you know how many videos I had with him sat and he'd snooze, he'd sleep. I'd have him wrapped up in my shawl. I'd be trying to type over the top of him because he was fast asleep snoring. I've done lives with him there, having to fast asleep on my chest. And everybody thought he was my dog. I used to have him from 8 o'clock in the morning till sometimes 8 o'clock at night. Everybody thought he was my dog, yeah. But you know, my son had 2 Rottweilers at the time, and they were fantastic with little Gigi. Fantastic. Gigi used to go right up to him, you know, and he'd curl up with him, and they never bothered. I mean, at first, Gigi's owners used to say, "Oh, you know, don't leave him near the Rottweilers," and they just adopted him. You know, I mean, sometimes I'd had 6 dogs in my house. 6. My son would leave his 2 Rottweilers when he went on holiday. I'd have my Buster, I'd have little Gigi, and then Julie, who used to live next door, her 2 little dogs used to come in because my patio doors was always open, and her 2 little dogs used to come in. So I'd have 6, 2 Rottweilers, a Boxer Cross, a Spaniel, a Yorkshire Terrier, and Gigi. Oh, they got on well. No fights, nothing. Yeah. 6. I'd have 6 dogs in the house, and I'm like, is it Crufts? You know? But even now, even though I don't have a dog, dogs gravitate towards me. People say they know when you like a dog, you know. I mean, sometimes they try to get on my scooter, hitch a lift, you know. They must be fed up walking. They try to get on the scooter with me. But I mean, around here's dog sitting. Obviously living facing the dog park, yeah. I'd love the companionship of a dog, but I don't want the responsibility at the moment, and I definitely don't want the vet bills at the moment. Because if I had an animal, I would have to make sure it was inoculated, vaccinated, had its pet insurance, you know, all that jazz. I mean, in the old days, you used to just keep a mongrel, didn't you? You took it to the vet when its ear were hanging off, didn't you? You know, in the old days, but now vets are. Oh, I mean, vets is like a second mortgage, isn't it? Do you remember when Trixie Bell broke her leg? 4.5 grand, fix her leg. A little French bulldog puppy. 4.5 grand for her leg. You know, bloody hell. Yeah, I can remember with my cat. He was allergic to most of the flea things. He was allergic to fleas, but he was allergic to all the flea killers, even the organic things and all that. He was allergic to everything. And we had to have this special one from the vets. And he'd only give us 3 months, the vet, this supply. And every time I rang up and said I wanted some more of this flea stuff for him, you have to bring him in. I said, he's 16. You know what he's like. You know he's got all these allergies. And they wouldn't give me a prescription for his flea stuff unless I took him in. And like you say, it's 50 quid. Plus, I think the flea stuff used to cost about £16 or something. But you have to take them in. And I thought, honest to God, I mean, I said, I want a pension. I said, he's a moggy. He's a moggy. But anything to do with fleas or anything, he used to get like an eczema and then he'd scratch. And then he'd get big holes where he'd scratched and scratched and scratched. So he was allergic to a flea. He was allergic to the flea medication. You couldn't win, could you? You know. And but the vet wouldn't give me a prescription without taking the cat in. I said, he's 16. He gets traumatized when I bring him to the vet. He's an old cat. Ooh. In the end, what I used to do was, I thought, it's for a tail. I used to get a flea comb and hot water, and I used to comb him through like that. And if he had a flea on him, I used to kill it, yeah. And that was what I used to do. I used to do that every day. I did the same with Buster. I used to comb Buster every single day. Because every time he went with his dog walker, and she used to walk him with these certain dogs. And I used to say, well, you're not walking with them dogs, because every time he comes back, he's got a flea. Yeah? No, these dogs have got flea. I said, he comes back with a flea every time. So every time he went for a walk, I used to be there with a comb, and I used to find a flea every time he went with these. My son used to say, you do that every day? I said, yeah, every day. I get the hot water, I get the flea comb, and I comb him through when he's been on a dog walk. I said, he's not having fleas in my house. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they want, it's all money, isn't it? Money. Why can they not give you flea medication? Why do they have to see the cat? Yes, it's still alive. He's 16, but he's still alive, yeah. Ugh. Honestly. And I tried all them Dionysus Earth or something, all these organic stuff. Oh, there's no chemicals. Your cat won't get allergies because there's no chemicals. No, it didn't work. It didn't work for him. All this, whatever it was, made out of herbs or something. Yeah. Yeah. My cat was severely allergic to fleas, yeah. I remember once going to bed, and when I got up in the morning, I wondered what on earth had happened. He'd scratched a big hole in his face. I took him to the vet. And I was sort of like hoping nobody would look at him when I was in the vet surgery, because he looked like a cat that had been living rough for years and he'd never been looked after. And he'd done it overnight. He'd scratched so much, he'd scratched right down. And it looked like, you see these adverts for RSPCA. This cat's been on the street for days and years, and he looked like one of them. And I was like embarrassed taking it. I really do look after my cat. I do bring him to the vet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, fleas do. They don't live. I'm pretty. Now, my ex-husband, he was like a magnet for midgets. Midges. Anything like a midget or a flea or anything would find my ex-husband. We'd go for a walk. Scotland is rife, as you know, for midges, flying little no. They call them, like Canada call them no-sees, I think. And we'd go anywhere, and he'd be, and he'd come back, and he'd be bitten everywhere, and he didn't bite me. Of course, he said, it's badness in your blood, that's why they don't bite you. Yeah. Kiki's been, yeah, our Frenchies haven't been spayed. I mean, we spayed, the Rotties were both spayed, and Rosie was spayed, because Rosie, first time she came onto her season, she was really, really poorly. She got some kind of a womb infection and everything like that. So once it cost us a fortune in antibiotics for the poor little soul. She was in so much pain. And I said, we're not going another season. We are not. She's being spayed. But Trixie kind of catches us on the hop. She's not got a routine, for coming into season. You can predict when they're supposed to. No, not her. She has a very, if she was a woman, she'd have very irregular periods. You know what I mean? So we can never kind of catch her at the right time to get her to be spayed. So she's nearly 3 now and she's still not been spayed. But yeah, so your dog's 10, yeah. Cat fleas bite you. Cat fleas do sometimes, or dog fleas, because I think I told you the dogs went to Scotland and they'd gone to some friends of theirs, and she doesn't believe in chemicals for flea killing, and the dogs were riddled when they come back. Oh my God, we had to fumigate the whole house, and they came back riddled with these bloody fleas. Oof, never again. They didn't go back again. When they go back, they leave the dogs behind now. They don't. I don't understand people who don't believe in killing, whatever. It's their decision, isn't it? But they weren't giving our dog. Yeah, we're lucky with the Frenchie because um, she's not got breathing troubles. Some Frenchies do. Ours has been well bred apparently, so she's not got the flat nose like. She snores, but. mm. Yeah, 18 months. Yeah, ours was. She's erratic. She'll go like 2 months and then she'll go in season again. And then she'll go about 9 months and then she'll go in season. So we can never plan and plot when is the right time to take her in for a spay. She's just so irregular. The others, the Rotties, they used to be regular as clockwork before we had them done. Um, they only used to have 2 seasons or something before they got done, but they were just spot on, spot on, spot on. But Trixie's just all over the place. She's just, yeah, yeah. Ours came back. We had to do the whole house. We had to put them flea bombs in the whole house, and I said, "That's it. They're not going up there again." She can't control the fleas of her dogs, and I don't understand people who, I don't know. My cat donkeys years ago, my cat Buff, it was a rampant, it was a flea epidemic. I'm going back about 20 years. And he was a cat that used to go out, he was a street cat. He was feral, he was half feral anyway. And he brought fleas in the house. Oh, jeez. That's what puts you off, isn't it? Trying to flee. You have to get these bomb things and put them in and fumes and smoke and flea spray all the carpet, clean all the carpet. Oh, God, yeah. Fleas are a damn pest. And I don't care how clean you are, your animal will get them at some stage in their life. They must be in the grass or something like that. When you take them a walk, they leap out the grass, I swear they do. The worst thing that used to bite me was I was a beggar for doing my washing at night. When I knew it was going to be beautiful in the day and I was working full time, I used to do my washing and I used to go out with the light of the security light and peg it on the line ready for the day after. And they used to little bite me ankles, these little things in the grass. I used to be pegging out washing on a beautiful summer's day in a pair of shorts and Wellingtons, because and my ex-husband, well, it wasn't my ex-husband then, he used to say, "What you got your Wellingtons on for?" I said, "They're not biting my ankles." Big wellies up to the knees I had, and a pair of shorts on pegging out washing. I don't know why that's the only thing that ever used to bite me, them little things in the grass. Except once a horsefly bit me. Oh, God. My legs swelled up it was red like a big dinner plate. And that was a horsefly. Oh, never again. Yeah, people, Sean, that's what was happening with this couple that they knew in Scotland. Every time they went up there to visit them, the dogs came back walking, with fleas. I mean, Like I said, we fumigated the house. We cleaned all the carpets. The dogs were washed. They kept being washed and washed and washed, in that special shampoo till we got rid of every flea. All the furniture was, cleaned and hoovered, and because you have to get rid of them. Once they're in your house, you can't leave them because they don't die off. They stay, and the eggs stay, and then they jump up. I read somewhere that flea eggs can live in your carpet and stuff for years, near enough, if you don't get rid of them. Scary, isn't it? Yeah, you've got to get rid of them. Yeah, the dormant. Yeah, but they're in your carpet. If flea eggs get in your carpet, they don't die. They stay, and then when it gets warmer weather, they I've woke up now. Here I am. Dum. Nearest animal that goes past, or your ankle, whichever's the nearest. I need. I bought a carpet cleaner. Hoover, so it cleans, but it blew up. We were cleaned all the carpets before we moved out. Blinking thing blew up. So now the carpet's here. They weren't that bad when I first moved in, but we're tramping in and out and tramping in and out with boxes and God knows what they. I think my niece has got one, or my friend's got one that I can borrow. Yeah, yeah. It just went blew up. My son tried to mend it, and I had to leave the shed. I couldn't bring it with me. 3 grand's worth of shed. You could you could house a family of migrants in my shed. You saw how big it was, didn't you? When I'm rich and when I win the lottery tonight, of course, I'll have won it. You didn't bother doing Patreon. I'll have won the lottery tonight. I'm going to get a summer house or something. She said, last of the big spenders. As my dad would say, champagne tastes on beer money. Yeah, that's what he always used to say about me. When I used to buy the Vogue magazine, and look at all the clothes in the Vogue magazine. And at the time, I was earning about £7 a week. And my dad used to say that you got champagne taste you on beer money. So I'm going to get a summer house. This backyard is depressing. It's just flags, paving, with a few pebbles at one end. Absolutely. Yeah. Boring. When I get money, here we go. I'm going to get some nice pots, maybe with trees or fruit trees or something colourful, and put them in the garden. The only thing there is in the centre is a bird bath. There's one concrete bird bath in the middle of this paving. Apart from that, it's blank. I've got a friend who's into gardening and that. I mean, I don't want a lawn, don't get me wrong, I couldn't look after it. But I said to her, when I get some money, I said, I'll need your expertise. So while I'm not begging for things, all I will say is when I get myself sorted, if you would like to send me some bulbs, I don't mean light bulbs, bulbs. If you've got loads in your garden or something like that, you dig a few tulips up and that. That I would beg for. I would beg for some cuttings. No, Shan, I do not want your cactus. But I might say, have you got any cuttings? Have you got any little. Some people propagate things, don't they? They're really good with it. My mum was like that. She'd take a cutting off somebody's tree. She'd say, you don't mind if I have a cutting off your tree, plant, whatever. And she'd come up and bung in the soil. And the damn thing could grow. I'd get it and get that rooting compost, get this, that, and the other, get the special stuff to put it in, and it'd die. My mother, no, never did nothing. Just cut it on an angle and stuffed it in the ground, and it would grow. Yeah. Yeah. So Sharon's a bit like that with a cactus. She's going to be one of these women, like women collect cats and dogs. Well, Sharon collects cactus. You're going to go to Sharon's and go like that to try and get in a front room for cactus. Well, to you as well. That was my internet, my plus net that went bubble. I don't know why. Odd, odd. It wasn't anybody sending me a message, I don't think, because my phone didn't do that. Oh, it's my son. Did you manage to get... Come on, phone. Did you manage... Yeah, come on. Yes, I am on my life. No. Where do people send me messages when I'm on here? Oh, you sent a picture. You, is it, Enid? You. Right. Blame it, Enid. Sending me a picture when I'm on here. Somebody else has sent me a message. Ah. Ah. Oh. I sent my friend my picture when I was with Jeanette, and I said I'd been out and about. And he said, good for you, getting out and about. Went for a walk, and then I went to see the grandson play basketball, and he won. So I've not long got back. Ah, bless. Edith sent me a photo. What have you sent me a photograph of? Edith, let's have a little look. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I like. That she sent me a picture of, like, you know, the patchwork when they're in. I call them threepenny bits. What are they? Octagonal, hexagonal. When they've got loads of sides, and it's like all goes together like a flower. Yeah. Is that what you do while on the live? Yeah. Can I show it, everybody, Enid? Can I show it? Enid, English paper piercing. Can I show it, everybody? Oh, yeah, I can. That's what Enid's working on. I love that sort of thing. I haven't got the patience. I do wish I had the patience. Maybe when I'm old. I said that when I did those shawls, you know, with all the little colours in and the bits and pieces. And I said, I need some old ladies to give them to. And my friend said, excuse me, but you are one. I suppose so. You know, there's me thinking old ladies, and there's me in my 80th year saying I'm going to give these shawls to an old lady. You see, here I'm 25. The rest of me is 155, but you know, that bit's. You know, you look in the mirror and you think, who's that old bird? I wish she'd get out of the way while I see myself. Yeah, she's standing in front of me. Oh, you get up in the morning, you think, did I have these bags when I went to bed? Yeah, did I? Not that I'd ever do plastic surgery. Yeah. No, I don't act like an old lady. My body does. You know, I get up in the morning, I've got all these plans, I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And I get out of bed and my back says, I don't think so. Or I'm not supposed to lift anything heavy, which is great, you know, when you've got bags and bags and bags that weigh a ton. So I'll lift about two of them and my back goes, you need to sit down, woman. Yeah. So I start off working for 10, sitting down for 5. And then it gets to working for 5 and sitting down for 10. And then it gets to sack it all, I'm just going to sit down. This is why it's taking me so long. Yeah, I try my best, Dottie. I try my best. Nobody wants a whinger. Nobody wants a moaner, you know. If I grunted and groaned every time I move, it might make me feel better, but it wouldn't make any of you know. You know, you can lose friends because People have got their own problems. They've got their own issues. They've got their own health issues. They don't want me going on and on and on. Oh, I had a terrible day today. My back's really bad. Oh, my knees when I got out at the... Oh. Yeah. Look at that. It's too big. It's too big. And I'm not putting weight on again to fill it. Took me ages to lose that 4 stone. I ain't putting it back on again. Yeah, I try not to, burden people with you. Some people love it, don't they? You're frightened to say hello, how are you? Because you get it all the way from the headache, don't you, down to the piles, And I'm like, I wish I hadn't asked you that question, If anybody says, how are you? I'll say, oh, about the same as usual. Some good days, some bad days, same as usual. Because that's all people want to hear, don't they? They're just asking you politely, how are you? But they're not your doctor. They don't want a catalogue, do they, of ailments. I mean, obviously, if it's something really, really bad, like people who've got breast cancer or something like that, then that is kind of like a legitimate, what you can say. Yeah, Shan, you know what it's like. I mean, Chris knows what it's like. There's quite a lot of people on here who know what it's like to be in chronic pain all the time. But it doesn't make it any better if I moan. Christine's making a fault. I'm not missing our Frenchie, our farty Frenchie. I'm not missing her at all. No. Yeah, you just say, same as usual. I usually say that. Same as usual. Some good days, some bad days. Yeah. I don't think, is anybody on here fully functionally kind of okay? I think every one of us, I'm not being rude to anybody on here, by the way, but I think every one of us on here has got some kind of issue. Yeah. Maybe that's why we band together. We're a little band of hopeless people. Is there any, I mean, there's not, unless you're young and fit and active, there's not many people who don't have some kind of a medical issue, some situation or whatever, yeah. Unless you're an athlete and you, but even athletes, I think they put on a brave face. They've got maybe pulled muscles and whatever you got, but they train through it, don't they? They work through it, yeah. But yeah, between the lot of us, I don't think we get one full person between us. Somebody's eyes, somebody's ears, They'll think I'm going deaf. Either that or the television started mumbling. I started putting subtitles on. I really have. I swear some of them come from the Marlon Brando School of Acting, don't they? You're having they're having a conversation on the telly, and the woman is talking, and maybe she's going la 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 la, and then the man goes, you think. And I mean, I live in semi-detached now, so I don't want to put my telly up too loud because I think next door, you've got to think about these things, don't you? Don't want to antagonise next door by blasting my telly up dead loud. So I put the subtitles on now. But sometimes the subtitles are funny. Have you ever noticed? They don't say what the people on the screen are saying. They might as well be sort of loosely translated from the French, mightn't they? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. I mean, I know people in America have to pay enormous amounts for insurance, but you are able to see people, you are able to ring up a specialist and get an appointment, whereas we can't in the UK. We have to go through the GP if you can get an appointment with the GP. And if you manage to get an appointment with the GP, they then refer you to the hospital. And then there's a month's waiting list before they even see you. The only thing that they rush through, I mean, they've rushed through. I've got an endoscopy on Wednesday. Sorry to get medical, but I've got an endoscopy on Wednesday. And he's rushing it through. And he said, I'm going to rush it through. He said, I'm not saying I think you've got cancer, but if I say to them it could be, you'll get a referral. He said, if I refer you on a normal referral, he said, you could be 2 or 3 years before you even get to see this endoscopy. So I'm going for that on Wednesday. If you've ever had one of them, not funny, horrible. Oh, is Connie going? Where's she going? Where's she going? Oh, good night, Connie. See you next week, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I might have a unit there next week. You never know. I have a nice white unit there, in that hole. Yeah, subtitles are hilarious. I remember watching, what's she called? Oh, Tracy. Crushy Rocks. She had some medication or other, and she was talking about this medication. And the subtitle came up, and it was really rude. And on the next video, she said, I do apologise. She said, apparently, she said, when I said what this medication was, I don't know what it was now, the subtitle was really something really, really rude. And she said, I didn't say that. And she said, she said, right, switch on your subtitles, everybody, and I'll say the word again. So she said it again, and it come up. And it was really X-rated what came across. She thought it was hilarious, yeah. Honestly. Yeah. So I've got my little business cards. I've got the Lucy Locketland. She's the one who does all the little rabbits and things like that, stitched rabbits. Yeah. Claire Gunson, she was the one who did the little knitted, what they call them amigurumis, I call them toys, but they were beautiful. She had those, yeah. And then this one was the Wool Mouse. That was the one with those beautiful baby cardigans all done in stripy things, and the scarf that was done in tiny little granny squares. One of my ladies at Knit Club that was with me, she doesn't crochet, and she liked it. And I said to her, you getting it? She said, no, I'm not buying the kit. I'm not buying it. I don't crochet and that. So me and the other girl who crochet were like, because she does such a lot for the club. Arranges everything, does everything like that. So, once I get my wool organised, I might see if I've got anything like it to make it. I've got a picture of one of them, but the one she'd actually seen was really pastel colours, and it looked slightly fluffy. And it was really pretty for her. Not for me, because it's pastel, you know me and pastel. Don't see that twice. But the kit was 15 quid, I think. But it's dead easy to do. Well, for anybody who does granny squares, it's dead easy to do. That was it. But the one she actually saw was that pattern, but done in, it was like cream fluffy around the outside, and all the middle bit was very, very pastel-y. They'd used a rainbow effect yarn, but it was like pink, white, blue, very pale, baby colour. And she went, oh, I do like that. So I'm thinking, idea. I know it's a long time off, but Secret Santa, yeah? Might be an idea. Mean Queen Super Scrimper. I like watching her. She's hilarious. I missed my YouTube. The telly's rubbish, isn't it? Ordinary telly's rubbish. And I haven't half missed because I've not had the telly. I've not had my YouTube on the telly. And you realise how much you rely on watching YouTube or watching whatever, or Netflix or something. I don't have Sky or anything fancy, but I do have like that, you know. Yeah, Mean Queen, when she goes, toodle pip, and then she goes, can you see me, mother? She's a character. She really is a character. I got onto her by accident. You know, when you're watching something else and something else comes up as a recommendation. She is so funny. Yeah. Toodle pip. She made a good job of cutting her own hair. She goes, I just get it round the back and that. She goes, I do this and I cut it off and that. And I'm like, if I'd cut my own hair, it would look like a bird's nest if I did that. Oh, for goodness sake, phone. It does this in the middle of the night and it really annoys me. I should turn it off, but I don't. UK medic. I watch him sometimes because he does a lot of trains, and my friend's teenage son, he's, well, he would be a train spotter if she'd let him, but he loves trains. And that UK medic, he used to come on here. What was he called? He hadn't been on for a long, long time, but he used to come on ages ago. He used to come on here on the Saturday Night Live. He was a medic, yeah. Oh, I can't think of his name now. But he puts all these videos on of trains, you know, steam trains and everything. What's her name? She's called Mean Queen Super Scrimper. And she's so funny. She's eccentric. She used to drive wagons or something. Lorry driver. She's not a feminine type lady, you know. Although she's got kids, I mean, she's not anything butch. You know, she just has no airs and graces, you know. She's got a really nice name as well. I think she's called Iona or Ilona or something. Iona. She's got a really nice name anyway, whatever it is. Yeah, Ilona, yeah. Why do they attach these? Yes, you're going to recycle them, but why do they have to attach them together? Yeah, it's gin, really, you know. It's not sparkling water, it's really gin. I was glad of this. I've had a dry mouth for ages. Yeah, Mean Queen Super Scrimper. She's, if you want to laugh, watch her. She's brilliant, yeah. She's another one who second-hand everything. You know, she won't pay full price for anything. Her house is like a mismatch of all sorts of things, you know, with like covers over everything. And she looks after these cats as well, I think. And then she dog walks. That's what she does. Dog walks other people's dogs. Oh, did you see that bloke on the telly? He loves dogs and he'd always had a dog, but then he moved into this new rented accommodation. He's a pensioner. No pets allowed. And he was really, really missing dogs. So he put an advert in the local paper saying, I don't want any money or anything like that. All I want to do is to have contact with dogs. So if you would like me to just come and make friends with your dog or walk your dog or something like that. And the whole village kind of responded, and you know, he's got this little rota of little dogs that he walks and that, yeah. And he said, I'm absolutely loving it. He said, I really miss having a dog and I'm not allowed one in the, because a lot of these rented places won't allow you to have pets, will they? And I thought, oh, lovely. And they interviewed him on the telly. He was as happy as Larry walking these dogs, you know. But he'd put on, if you would trust me with your dog, yeah, you know. Because obviously he's not been vetted, not past all this stuff. I mean, my daughter-in-law used to do holiday dog sitting, but you had to pass all these things and get vetted and have, you know, kind of certificates and insurance and everything. She used to have dogs for a week or a fortnight, when people went on holiday, but she used to bring them to their house, yeah, and sit them, yeah. But she stopped doing it because it started getting really too technical. They wanted too much information and they wanted to declare everything, and and it got too much, so she stopped doing it. She used to have one dog that used to come regularly because she was like a friend of a friend, and this little dog fell in love with our Ian. And he used to be wearing this dog wherever he was sat. This little dog had been sat on him, and it never went to bed with this lady who owned it, but it went to bed with Ian. Couldn't get rid of the damn thing. I think it was called Lucy or something, this dog. It's a lovely little dog. I went to their house one time when she was there, yeah. Friendly as anything, friendly little dog, yeah. Used to come in and make herself at home. She never bothered, like that. Bye, Mum. Ciao. Yeah, they had a variety of different dogs. They didn't really do the big dogs, I don't think, because they had the Rotties then. Yeah. Yeah, it was a lovely little dog. I think it was called Lucy. It was something like that. At the moment, the name with me at the moment is Colin. My late brother was Colin. Yeah. My next door neighbour here is Colin. My friend who sorted out my internet, her dog is called Colin. I got picked up today by a taxi driver who took me to the Imperial. He was called Colin. I said, "What is there about Colin?" I said, "I've got surrounded by Collins here." I'd like a different name somehow. Besides Colin. But people calling their animals more and more, aren't they, by human names? I mean, at one time it was always Buster, like my Buster, or it was always Rover, weren't it? You got daughters, well, Sarah, Sarah that comes with us to the ferry. Her dog's called Colin, yeah. You keep, well, Trixie. We've got Trixie and Rosie. Rosie was already called Rosie when we got her. So we kept the name because she was like 6 months old when we got her. So she kept her name. Trixie, they called her Trixie. Trixabelle, she's called actually, Trixabelle. Because she was a blue French bulldog, a blue. So they called her Trixie Belle because it's like Blue Bell. Yeah, Trixie Blue Bell, yeah. But she gets called Trixie. But Rosie, they were going to change her name to Tegan because Tegan apparently is Romanian for gypsy. And, because she's a street dog, a Romanian street dog. And they were going to call her Tegan. But I said, I don't really care for Tegan. I'd rather have Rosie. So when she came, of course, she didn't understand English because she'd only ever had Romanian handlers, And we had to sort of teach her certain words in English when she arrived, yeah. So she stayed with Rosie because she understood Rosie. I mean, quite why a Romanian would call her Rosie, I'm not sure. Yeah, Stitched by Mrs. D, animals are called. They've all had human names, haven't they? You work with a girl called Tegan here. Apparently, it's a Romanian name for gypsy. Don't tell her that; she might not like it. Ian ringing the bell. It's cute, that cat, isn't it? If you never watched Stitched by Mrs. D, she's got a cat and she's trained it to press a little bell like that. He gets a treat, but she sings to him. And when she sings a little song, and then he goes boom on the bell, and then she gives him a treat. Yeah, yeah. She's got another cat, hasn't she? And then she's got 2 dogs now. Because she lost, was it Douglas? She lost one dog called Douglas. Yeah, Gary is her dog at the moment. And then the other dog, the female dog, hasn't she? She's got Lillian, that's it. Lillian, Gary. She lost Douglas. She lost another cat. But she's got another cat besides Ian. Yeah. Maya, that other lady I watch, oh gosh. She's got 4 cats, I think. The one who does the cross stitching and yeah, she's got the 2 guinea pigs, hasn't she? The lady who does the cross stitching, she dyes yarn and she does cross stitching. She's got 4 cats. 4 cats. Blimey. Oh, Pam, that's the other cat, Pam. Yeah. Yeah, she gets Alex, and she called Alex. Yeah. Alex has got 4 cats, yeah. Because they're always wanting to come in and out. They're always the wrong side of a window. Or the wrong side of a door. And she's got a pug, hasn't she? Pug as well. 4 cats and a pug. Ooh. That cat lady. The cross stitch lady, she's called Alex. I know that you watch her. She'd bring out an album, yeah, songs by Mrs. D and Ian, yeah. Yeah. What's she called, Alex? Is it Craft House something or other? Something Crafty House, is it? I know everybody else watches it. If Enid was here, she knows because she watches her, I think. They do hand-dyed yarn, but she's into this cross-stitching. I've forgotten her name now. It's annoying me now. Chris will come up with it because Chris always does. Yeah. I haven't seen a video actually. She did a video every day in January or December. Well, I missed loads of videos. I'll be there catching up for weeks, I think, coming. I missed so many. Because somebody else is doing one a day. I think Stitched by Mrs. D, I think she's doing one every day for February. She brought out them bags, don't she? Does. I think Linda wants a bag, don't you? I don't know, it's Craft House Magic. Is that not Ella? Paula. Yeah, Paula loves singing. Paula loves that. What's it called? That musical, doesn't she? She's been to see it about 5 times, hasn't she? Wicked. She's addicted to the musical Wicked. Paula, yeah. Ellie is Craft House Magic. She's not the one I mean. I mean Alex. Linda, you know what I mean, Alex, don't you? Oh, I can't think. Can't think what Alex is called. Alex's channel is. I'm really bad. I should write them all down. Because sometimes when I'm trying to think and I'm thinking, oh, such a body's not had a channel video for a while, and I can't remember the name. I remember the name, like Alex. I can remember the name. She's there with her husband. Well, it's her husband to be. They dye yarn and they do all these things and all that. And she has these 4 cats and a dog. But Enid would like her because she does all this stitching. Enid's into stitching, yeah. I'm going to be up all night, aren't I? Luckily, I'm straight across the hall. I've got a hall straight across the hall. It's my bedroom to the ladies. or the gentleman, or the unisex, whatever. I've got another small bathroom. I've cornered the market in small bathrooms. Do I hear from which Ian? My Ian or the other Ian? Yeah, I'm not a good sleeper, Chris. So before, I used to lie in bed not sleeping because I was frightened of waking the dogs up and making them bark. Whereas now I can just. Ian Sharps. No, I don't really. I don't know whether he's. I think occasionally he posts something on Facebook. But no, I lost touch with him. It's like people drift, don't they? You don't fall out with them or anything like that. It's like Kelly. I've never fallen out with Kelly. But we just drifted. She started working full time and different things, and I moved here, and you just don't intend to lose touch, but you just lose because Kelly's not got transport. I haven't got transport, so it's not like I could go to visit Kelly. She could come to visit me. And in any case, Kelly started working full time, so she would not be in anyway if I was to go. So yeah, you just like people say, "Oh, have you fallen out with?" I've never fallen out with Kelly. No, it's just. I mean, it's like Sue. Sue and I talk on the phone for an hour, but yet 2-3 weeks can go by and we don't speak. But we don't fall out. We still, you know, I'll send a little text messages sometimes about what's happening in life. I'll say, oh, this and that's happened. And occasionally she'll text back to me. And we're still as friendly as we ever were. It's just distance, isn't it? And life. But what I like about my good friends, if you know what I mean, when you don't see them for 2 or 3 months or something like that, you meet up, it's like you've never been apart. There's no awkward silences, although you've probably all got friends the same way. You may not see them for 2 or 3 months, but yet when you do see them, you just pick up from where you left off, don't you? Like you've never been apart. Um, I'm in touch with a friend now I've not seen for 25 years. And yet we chat now like we've never left the 25 years between us. It's just, that's the sign, I think, of good friendships. That just because you don't see them and they're not in your life every day doesn't mean they're not your friends anymore. I mean, this one person was my best friend all through school. And yet she got married and stuff like that. We drifted. I went one way, she went another, had different lifestyles and everything. And yet now we're both retired. We're sort of back in touch again. And it's like 25 years has not been and gone. It's, yeah, they're the best ones to have because they're lasting, aren't they? You can have a load of fake friends, can't you? We've all had fake friends. The ones who are in it for what they can get. I'm one of nature's givers. I'm not one of nature's takers. Yeah. And then over the years, I have given. If you count it up, probably thousands of pounds off if you count it all up to different friends. And then you find out they're not your friends at all. They're in it for what they can get. And as soon as they've exhausted you, not money-wise, but they've exhausted you, they kind of drift and go and you never see them again. They don't want to stay friends. They don't answer your calls. They don't answer you. We've all had those kind of friends, haven't we? I call them like fake friends, but you don't realise they're fake until it's too late, do you? When they've wrung everything out of you. You've babysat their kids and you've knitted things for them and crocheted things for them and bailed them out when they're broke, and then at the end they don't want to know, yeah. Yeah, we've all had friends like that. I've had, sadly, quite a few in my lifetime. But you think, I was a right mug with that one once, so you know what I mean? But you don't see it at the time. I'm very trusting. Somebody can say something to me and hurt me. But I tend to think, they're having a bad day or whatever. I don't like, they've got to do a lot to me to really rattle me bar so much that I don't want to ever talk to them ever again. They have to do an awful lot to me to do that. There's one or two people who I would really never want to see again, but not that many. There's some people I wouldn't like to be friends with them anymore, but I wouldn't be nasty. I wouldn't cut them off. But we've all got people in our lives who've abused us, used us, and drifted off. And you feel like you got mug written across your forehead sometimes, don't you? Because you fall for it. You think they're okay, you think they're genuine, and then you find they're not, and you think, yeah, yeah. You realise after a while, don't you, that everything is one-sided. And I'm not talking about money here. I'm talking about you offering your services, your time, whatever. And then you find that it's all a one-sided street that doesn't come back to you. And I mean, I have spent money on people that I've never got back, but I'm not talking about that bit. I'm talking about, you'll go out your way to give them a lift somewhere, or you'll go out your way to do something for them, or something that they're desperate want, you'll get it for them and stuff like that. And then you realise after a while, hang on a minute, it's all one way. I'm give, 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 give. And nothing's coming back my way. But I'm fortunate at the moment is I've got some really, really strong friends that, I mean, I wouldn't ask anything of these friends, but they give of their time, of whatever it is. I'm very lucky in the fact that I've got a little circle of friends around me now. It's not a question of them doing anything for you. It's a question of them being there when you need them. If you only want to unburden yourself, you've got something's really bothering you, and you just want to talk to somebody about it. And if you've got certain friends, you can talk to them about it. You know that they're trustworthy, that they're not going to go all around the street blabbing it all about you. But yeah, I'm getting a bit that way, Shan, and it's not me really. I'm getting to the stage where I'm like, whoa, that's enough now. You know, it's me number one, and I'm going to look after number one. It's hard to learn to be selfish. If you're not a selfish person by nature, which I don't think I am, you have to grow another skin. I'm learning to grow another skin. I'm learning to say, whoa, enough's enough. I've had enough now. But like I say, I'm fortunate with my friends. I've got some really good friends. And what they say, they're worth more than diamonds, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm learning now at the ripe old age of I'm 79 to love myself. It's easy, isn't it, to like live your life through somebody else's eyes. If somebody keeps telling you you're worthless, somebody keeps telling you you're this, you're that, you're the other. If they tell you often enough, you tend to believe it, don't you? And I mean, I went through that with my ex-husband, and now I'm like, hang on a minute, no, I'm not that bad. I'm learning to sort of love myself. I'm learning to live with my whatever problem. I'm not perfect, obviously. But you learn to identify your faults or your mistakes, but you learn to love yourself despite that, which I think it's hard to be selfish and say, right, I'm putting me first. I want to do what I want to do. I've lived my life pleasing other people, been a people pleaser. I've pleased my mother, pleased my husband, pleased everybody. And now I'm learning to say, no, I'm pleasing myself. Other people don't always like it because you've never done it before. They don't like the new you because they've always relied on you to say yes to everything. And, all of a sudden you're turning around and you're saying, whoa, no, I'm not doing that. No, I don't want to do it anymore. No. And so, yeah, I think I'm turning a corner gradually, and I think I'm learning to love learning to love me. Me, myself, and I. All three of us. I love it here because I talk to myself. It's fabulous talking to yourself. You get brilliant answers. I have discussions. Yeah. Yeah, we have to do it, Lisa. We have to do it. I've put myself in awkward situations in the past because I've made myself not ill, but because you go away and you're seething because somebody's done something, said something, whatever, and they make you feel worthless, and you go away and you're so upset inside and you're so angry inside, and I've learned sack it all. No, I'm not subscribing to that anymore. I'm me. You either like me or you don't like me, and I am not running around chasing my tail, pleasing other people anymore. Because to a certain extent, you do. You're not antisocial, are you? You're not being horrible to people. But it comes to the stage where you've got to think about yourself. At my time of life, who's going to think about me but me? How much time have I got left on this earth? And I want to please myself. I don't mean being horribly selfish and nasty and saying, sack you, I'm just doing this. I don't care if it hurts you. I don't care that. I don't mean that kind of that. But just to do what you want, yeah. I just want to do what I want with the rest of my life. And I may have 1 year, I may have 10, I may have 20. I don't know. But I want to live it. Be happy. Yeah, you're getting used to it, Sean. Yeah, it does. Oh God, I don't want to date anymore. I wouldn't mind a man in my life with a hammer, and a chisel and a DIY man. But I don't want a date man. I'm happily single. What is it? Single, not wanting to mingle. Yeah. I am happy. I don't need, well, I do need a man when it comes to DIY. But I don't need a man for any other reason. I like talking to men. I like friends with men. But I'm not the kind of woman that has to have a man in her life to feel complete. Some women cannot exist without a man in their life because they can't, I don't know, if they can't exist, you know what I mean? Some women lean on a man, lean on everything. They want him to do everything for them, decision making, everything, yeah. Yeah, you're like me, Shan. You get all the frogs. I'm not even looking for frogs anymore. Yeah, single, not ready to mingle. That's me. Yeah, no, don't care. Yeah. Now, if he was a multimillionaire and about 90 with no dependents, oh, could be my dream man with enough money to employ a handyman to fix my house. Yeah. But there's not many of them about. And if they are about, they want a little sugar woman, don't they? A little dolly bird, yeah. They don't want. Sorry, Dolly, if you're on here. I'm not talking about you, love. But yeah, no. No, I'll look after myself. If I need anything doing, I'll save up and I'll pay. I'll pay to have my house, my holes in the wall plastered, yeah. But apart from that, I'm just looking at them. They don't worry me. If they worry me that much, I'll stick a calendar over them. Yeah, I'm too old to be washing somebody else's socks at my time of life. Nah. Male friends are nice as long as they stay male friends, yeah. Male friends with a screwdriver are even nicer. Male friends who can plaster that hole up in the wall are nicer still. Yeah, I could hang a calendar over it or a picture, couldn't I, till I get it? I don't have to stand there looking at it, do I? It's actually four holes. One, two, three, four holes. My son ripped a shelf off the wall, so There's 4 holes where it was bracketed on. Yeah, I'll find a little picture and I've got some double-sided sticky tape. I'll stick it on the wall. Then I don't have to look at the hole. I did experience love actually, not my ex-husband, but I did have the love of my life. Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't the love of his. He was the love of my life, but it was a bit one-sided. But that's another story. So I can't say I've never experienced love because I did. I absolutely adored him. Would have done anything for him. But sadly, he didn't reciprocate. I mean, we were together 9 years. Never didn't live together or anything like that. But I absolutely adored him. Absolutely did. And of course he didn't, so it came to an end eventually. And after that, I just never found anybody else. I mean, people say, "Oh, it was your ex." It wasn't my ex-husband. Yeah. I thought I loved him at the time when I married him, but obviously I didn't. Looking back, you know. But you do these things when you're young and you're stupid, don't you? When you think you're in love. I didn't know him. I married a stranger. I didn't know him. We didn't live together back in my generation. You just went on to the pictures with them. You went on dates with them. You didn't go to sleep with them. You didn't do anything. So I married a stranger. And that's the way it was back in the 1960s. I wasn't a swinging 60 person. I wasn't this free love and all that jazz. I was just a well brought up girl who, you got engaged, you married, and everybody else around me were doing the same thing, getting engaged, getting married. And I was like, oh, on the shelf, 20-year-old on the shelf. Oh, are you not engaged yet? Oh, I've not got a boyfriend yet. Ooh. And I think I just followed peer pressure. And I think I just sort of drifted into, well, this must be love. And it, I gave it my best shot. I did try. Oh, my mother would have had a fit if I'd have lived with him before I got married. Yeah. Oh, grief. Oh, she would have gone. She'd have been spinning like a top. My generation didn't do that sort of thing. You were a loose woman. But there's a lot to be said for the modern, try before you buy. If I'd have tried mine out before, I would have never married him in the first place. No. I mean, we just weren't right for each other. It's not that it was desperately. I tried to make the best of it, tried to paper over the cracks and that, but we just married the wrong people. We just should never have been married. It was one of them things. Yeah. You do. I mean, I stupidly thought when I got married I'd have all this freedom and I could do what I wanted and all that. And I swapped one cage for another, you know what I mean? Yeah. No, I mean we lived in separate towns. I only saw him at the weekend and things like that. I just yeah, that's what we are. Yeah. Maybe when I'm 90 and they finally put me in an old nursing home, I'll be one of them that gets married in a wheelchair, you know what I mean? Hey, they found love at 90 and 100, they've just got married. The nurses are throwing confetti. They found them a double room in the nursing home, yeah. That'll be me. Oh, my mother would have had a fit if she'd have thought I was going to live with him before I was married. Oh, dear me, no. No, no, no. You're having a lavender wedding. No, I tell you, I'm marrying a 90-year-old man, no relatives, dicky ticker, loads of money, no relatives. You know one of them, let me know. I might forgo the falling in love bit. I might just pretend. The ones I get now are usually, they pay me a compliment before they fall over drunk. That's the ones I get now. I'm not sure if the taxi driver was chatting me up, actually, because he kept telling me he just left his girlfriend and he was looking for a place to live. Ding-a-ling-ling, morning bell, ding-a-ling-ling-ling. He said, I live near you. I thought, oh, you mean you used to live near me before your girlfriend threw you out, yeah? Cynic. I'm being cynical. Oh dear. Yeah, I usually get the ones who say, can I tell you how beautiful you look today? And I go, no, thank you very much. And then they keel over off the bar stool, go into a dead faint thump. And then I had another one who said, oh, he said, you're so lovely. He said, you remind me of somebody. I said, oh, do I? Because when my hair was bigger and fluffier, people used to say, Patsy, from Abfab, because of the hair. And he said, I said, oh, who? And he went, that snake off Jungle Book? He said, the one with the eyes that spin. Thank you. It's a lovely compliment. So apparently I look like that. No, I think men my age would want a woman to look after them, not the other way around, And I'm not in the market for looking after men, cooking, cleaning, washing their socks. Nah, not in the market. They can do their own washing. Yeah. Takes me all the time, do me all, yeah. My conservatory here, it's a little conservatory, very posh. It's about 2 foot square. But it dries my washing a treat. Yeah. Someone you didn't ask him tell him where Specsavers was. That's what I do when somebody says you're looking very attractive. I said Specsavers is just down there. I only get the drunks. If Val was still on here, she'd vouch for that. We went to Southport on a day trip. There was 3 of us went. And they kept saying to me, you keep getting chatted up. But they were drunk. Every one of them that chatted, there weren't one sober one that's chatted me up. You're there. You can vouch for that, can't you? I'm fatally attracted or attractive to drunks. There was one where you weren't there, you'd walked down to get something from the shop. There was one that he was chatting me up. He was so drunk he was hanging on the pole of the, the Bleacher Beacon thing. He couldn't stand up. And when Val came back, Sue said, oh, Janet's getting chatted up again. They were nearly all drunk. Yeah. I've got myself an admirer here, Val. He said, hello, pretty lady, he said to me. I thought, hello. And he was walking down the street with pink, fluffy bedroom slippers on. I thought, hello, we've got one here. Yeah, get your coat, you bull, yeah. Yeah, he was chatting me up. Oh, have you just moved in? He said, oh, I live just up there. Pink, bloody, fluffy slippers on with pom-poms on. Yeah, oh dear. And he goes past about 5 times a day, this bloke, still wearing his pink fluffy slippers. I thought, hello. I saw him, went to the shop, only because I thought there was an ATM machine there, but there wasn't. And I went to the shop and I thought, oh God, he's just come out of the shop. He must go in the shop about 5 times a day. I don't know whether he's a drunk or go for the beer or what he does. And I put my head down because I thought, I'll just walk past him, And he goes, hello, darling. Oh. Oh dear. This jacket is too big. It won't stay on my shoulder. No, this one must live just up the street. Oh, where do I attract them? Yeah. I'm the one that gets the nutcase on the bus, you know, or the tram, whatever. The nutter on the bus is the one I get. You know, everybody else is laughing all around because they're so glad that they're not sat with them, you know. Everybody's going, I get that one. Give him a he's you could tell he's something missing, Val. I think part of a brain. Yeah, he looks a little bit demented, especially with the pink fluffy slippers. Pale pink fluffy slippers with pom-poms on he's got. And it was raining and he's wearing them. And they don't even look like the ones that have solid soles. Yeah. Talking about shoes and things, I got my hotter shoes. You know, they're expensive, hotter shoes. And the sole has disintegrated. And that's the second pair that's happened to. I mean, they're not cheap shoes. So I Googled it for want of something better to do. And apparently they've got a problem, these hotter shoes. It's something to do with the composition of the rubbery stuff and that. And they're just falling apart. They're going like crumbs. And somebody was saying, well, what can we do? And they were saying, like, nothing. It's a chemical reaction. And then hotter shoes has now gone bump. Somebody's bought them over, I think. But they won't admit that there's a problem with how they've made the soles, you know, with what composition they made the soles of. And they're just crumbling. I put them on and I was walking to the shop. And I thought, something wrong with this shoe. I was going over on one side, you know. I thought, I don't wear my shoes down on one side. And I was walking down the street and I thought, but I come back, I took my shoes off and all the side of the heels just crumbled away. I mean, the tops are perfectly all right. And they're not cheap shoes, about 80 quid or something. But when I Googled it, there's a whole list of complaints and Hotter's not doing anything about it. They're trying to say, oh, you stored them wrong, or they told one woman she wasn't wearing them enough. And then they told another one that she hadn't worn them enough, yeah. Yeah, well, if you Google, you know, the problems with the soles on Hotter shoes, and they've got this problem. So my shoes are crumbling. With good shoes, I paid, well, to be truthful, I didn't pay a lot for them because I got them second hand, but that was by the by. But one pair were in the box new when I bought them. I mean, I don't know how long this woman had had them stored, but they shouldn't crumble, fall apart, you know. And somebody else was told it was because you'd worn them in the rain. I'm like, hello, we live in the UK. You cannot guarantee when you go out wearing your shoes that it will stay fine, that you won't be walking through a little puddle with your shoes on. So I've got about 5 pair of hotter shoes now. I'd thrown one pair in the bin just before I moved here. I'm talking about before I moved to Fleetwood. Well, customer services apparently is no longer because hotter shoes has gone bump. And they've got bought over by somebody else and they don't want to know. Customer services apparently don't want to know. They won't replace anybody's shoes. So they used to do, apparently. I don't trust them. I'm not buying any more. So don't buy hotter shoes, people. Don't buy them. Because they're just falling apart. But whoever's mixing the composition for these like soles, and you can't get them repaired because they're like all glued on, they're like all integral. Yeah. So you couldn't take them to the cobbler and say, take them off and put me some new soles on. You can't. And that's the problem with a lot of modern shoes, isn't it? You can't get them repaired because they're like all welded together type of thing. So the uppers, well, the uppers are the ones I threw away were perfect. The uppers of these are perfect. They look like new shoes at the top, but there's no soles are all like dust, crumbling away. I'm like, because somebody said, what can you do to stabilise them? And they said nothing. Can't do anything. They're just going to disintegrate and fall apart. It's just not. Yeah, I'll see whether he takes a size 5, Nathan, and see whether he wants to wear me soulless shoes instead of his pink slippers, yeah. Oh dear. He looks a bit weird. He's sort of got like Buddy Holly glasses and, like a teddy boy quiff. So he doesn't look a full shilling. But he will keep going, hello, until he goes past. I'm going to draw the curtain. Well, they're not even outdoor slippers. The soft, fluffy, toweling kind of slippers. Friendly. A bit too blooming friendly. Just get a rot one. Hey. Yeah, he's got them, glasses like Roy Orbison and... Yeah, it's past the witching hour, but I don't have to waken the dogs up, do I, today? Your house is on a corner. No, I've got two bungalows there before I get a corner. I'm not on the corner. On the house on the other side, they must be doing it up because the garden's full of mattresses, fridges, freezers, stuff like that. Nathan, he doesn't look like he knew which end of a screwdriver to hold, I didn't start on time because I got the right ring of death. That's why there's not a proper heading on this, because I didn't think this video would start, because I kept getting that white thing, going around, probably the ring of death, don't you? Getting all that. I don't want to take me VIP. I'm a VIP. Can I sleep in it and wake up to be a VIP? A VIP. I can't see where the join is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're still here, Lydia, for a change. Lydia always comes in after I've gone off, or just as I'm leaving. Oh, did you stick this on me, Val? I can't find the... Oh, there's the join. I'm like Morecambe and Wise. I can't see the join. Sing as we go and let the world go by. Yeah, if I win the lottery tonight, yeah. I won a fiver last week, Chris. Not exactly the last of the big spenders. It won't exactly... I'll just leave it where it is because then it goes towards my ticket for next time. Luckily, I'd just done it before I moved and I'd just put it on for a month, luckily, because, of course, I couldn't access the... Because when I tried to access it from my phone, it said, like, kind of go away, we don't know who you are. We cannot verify you on this device. So it's a good job I'd put it on for a month. Otherwise, I might have been a winner and not known. And I did check my premium bonds and they said, you have not been a winner. Past, present, future. I keep thinking, shall I cash them all in? But I mean, I've got about, I think, £50 all in all. And you keep thinking, well, if I cash them in, I might win. And then, I'd be annoyed. Well, you wouldn't know, would you? But you know what I mean. But I just keep leaving them there. If ever I'm desperate for 50 quid, I'll cash them in. But yeah, well, my mum bought me the first ones when they first came out. Yes, I have got a new location, Lydia, yeah. Yeah, my dad used to say that, you got to be in it to win it, yeah. I've been in it for 50 odd years and I've not won it. My son got some money given him when he was christened. And he didn't need anything particularly, so I put it into premium bonds. I think he got about... Helen Sinclair is interested in an event in Lytham. Really? Don't know what she's interested in, but never mind. So I put this money in premium bonds for him because he was only a baby. And the first draw it went in, he won. And I think he won about £25. And I thought, oh, he's a lucky baby. I'll put it, back in. He's going to be a lucky baby. He's going to win. So I put it back in, and that was the end of that. He's 56 now. We've not won again since. So no, he wasn't a lucky baby. Must have been beginner's luck. You're sending me messages now. Darla has highlighted a post just for you. Ooh, has she really? Do you ever get that? Somebody's mentioned you in a comment and you go and it's just an advert for a pattern or something. Where are your tax dollars going? Well, they're not going anywhere because I'm not American. Why are you sending me that? Wants to know where the... Oh. No, I'm not interested. Go away, girl. Do you ever get the stupid scammy emails that say you are entitled to a business grant? And I'm like, no. Message from one of my friends. UK Medic, chat and chill. No, thank you. Bye-bye. Case Crochet Haven. Bye-bye. Disley Sisters. I think she's called Linda. I met her at Yarndale. Don't know whether you watch her, the Disley Sisters. They're knitters, if you're knitters. Neil Shaw. I watch him, he's great. Helen Sinclair is interested in an event in Lytham St Anne's. What is it, Helen? Dried wreath workshop. No, I'm not going to join you. Much as I like dried wreaths, I am not going to join you. No, Helen. School bus turned into a tiny home. Oh, there's one for you there, Chris. They're always absolutely fantastically done, these, when you see them on YouTube. This sort of, could you live in this tiny home? And they're really well appointed, aren't they? And you're thinking, yeah, I could live in that. As long as it's linked up to the mains. I've got a shower and a loo. Could live in that, yeah. He had an eardrop ad, as you said, who is messaging you. Oh, yeah, I've had that one, Lisa. Yeah. You have not applied for your UK heating grant. I've been told I'm not eligible, so no. I'm not filling in anything. I got one the other day and then I realised halfway through it was a scam. It was like me, Urban Gypsy Facebook page. You have violated it, da-di-da-di-da. There was a picture, and it wasn't a picture I recognised anything. And I thought, that's not my picture. If you want to know why you violated it, Dada, fill in this, fill in that, fill in the other. So I started to put my name in, and then it went a bit further down. And then it said, put your password in, and I thought, no. So I went out of it, and then I get some message on my messenger. First of all, it said it was from Facebook, and then the second message came from somebody called DWO. It was like the first name, so I thought that's African, isn't it? DWO, something. And it went, you haven't finished filling in the form or something like that. And I put, no, and I'm not scammer. Blocked him. Viagra always reminds me of, do you remember Dinner Ladies? When one of the women, Dolly, thought that she took Viagra by mistake. And she kept saying, yes, but she said, I'm a woman. She said, and when it goes through my body, where's it going to go? Always makes me laugh, that. She hadn't taken it. It was just a mistake. She'd taken saccharin or something. I used to love Dinner Ladies. I mean, we've been through all this before ages ago. We don't get that comedy anymore that we used to. It was good humour and it wasn't smutty and there was no, well, there wasn't, when I said there's no sex, there wasn't like smutty sex. There was more innuendo things. Yeah, and they were so funny, weren't they? This is why I'd rather watch the repeats, you know. Intel lady, yeah. I don't usually like American humour, but I like Etta May, is she called? She's a big woman, wears a horrible blouse and a headscarf on. Etta May. Yeah. I mean, she was talking about, she's from Kentucky or something, and she was talking about getting married, and she said, my mum's still not forgiven me, she said, for marrying out of the family tree. She said, you had to make it branch, didn't you? We're not good enough for you. Oh, dear. Then she talks about her children, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was, I used to watch Coronation Street in the old days. They had plots and there weren't people getting killed and violence and stuff and all this weird stuff. I stopped watching it. I stopped watching EastEnders for the same reason. The plots became silly. They don't become everyday people anymore. They just went silly. It's like they have to have shock tactics and people being blown up, people, trains falling off viaducts and stuff like that. People being run over on Blackpool Seafront by a tram, you know. It's just not believable anymore to me. Even EastEnders has got a bit weird. You know, they just. I used to watch EastEnders when, you know, Den and what do you call used to be in the thick. Um, then after that, it went a bit silly. And it's the same with Coronation Street. When it was Ina Sharples and Elsie Tanner and things like that, it was watchable. Then it's gone silly now. Den and Angie, yeah. It's gone all silly now. You know, nobody in a normal street would have half of that stuff happening to them. You know, one minute it's suicide, next minute it's murders and stuff. And you're like, you're talking about an ordinary street. It wouldn't happen. Yeah. The bloke who played Den, it's his son that's the Down syndrome actor in Call the Midwife. It's his son. I don't mean Den's son, I mean the bloke who played Den. Yeah. Yeah. You're back, Enid. Woo! What's that woman called, Enid, that does the cross stitching and does the dyeing of um, yarn and that? She's got 4 cats and a dog. Something to do with crafting something, crafty something. Can you remember what she's called? I can't. I know I told you to watch her one time because she's got into cross stitching and everything. She's done some, I mean, I'm not one for cross stitching, but she has done some lovely ones. It tried to rain a little bit today, but it's not been bad today, actually. But I'm away from the wind off the sea. It's a lot warmer. Yeah, I did see your irises. It was very nice seeing it, yeah. Oh, I haven't said hello to my subscriber, but I saw a subscriber. She stopped me and said she'd been following me for ages, but she doesn't want to be mentioned by name. And yeah, I forgot all about that, Val. I'm glad you reminded me. She's probably gone off to bed now. I'll have to say that next time then. One of her videos was about. She just goes on about. Yeah, it was. Where was the? It was in Blackpool. She goes on about her wool dyeing and using up her minis, and no, there was no call the midwife. No, because it's blooming awards ceremony or something daft, isn't it? What's she going about? She's called Alex, and her fiance is always with her. They dye yarn, they do hand dyeing yarn. She's always talking about the cats. She's always got one cat sat behind her. I'm sure it's got the word craft in it in the title. I can't remember. It's beautiful. There's no bark bark. The neighbour next door this way, he said, "Those dogs are not yours, are they?" I went, "No." He went, "Oh, thank God for that." Said, "I've got." He said, "I can't be doing it." Oh God! I put this table up in the kitchen so I could eat my dinner off it. It's so full of the moment. Boxes you've half unpacked and stuff. I've got a box with absolute wires in it. I don't know where they are, what they belong to. So every time I find a wire, like a USB lead, put it all in this one box. So I've got a box full of wires. So every time I'm looking at something and I can't find the wire for it, I have to come in here and look in this box because there's bound to be a thing for every wire that's in that box because I would not have bought a big box full of wires with me. You know what I mean? So I need to find the charger for this light. I found the light. Oh, see, I brought my crochet in and I haven't done it. When we had a power cut, we were off for hours when I was in the bungalow. So I bought this light. And my son said, "Couldn't you bought a bigger one?" I said, "No, I bought a light. It's a searchlight and it's really bright. And then another side flashes, like it's meant to be, I suppose, if you. It's a warning light, a searchlight, but it needs my yarny corner. That's the one. You need to watch her if you're into that. Oh, my computer's going to go to sleep in 50 seconds. It's not now. She does cross stitching. So, and she does dyeing of yarn as well. She's done some beautiful cross. I mean, I'm not into cross stitching. I really am not. But she's done some beautiful pictures. And Davina does, doesn't she, as well? She does cross stitching as well, Davina. I have to write these names down. I cannot remember people's. I remember the names, but I don't remember the names of the. I can't even get in this box. I don't like these. We have to press it one way and press it another. I don't like it because I can't get in the box. And all my fingernails on my right hand are snapped off. I've got fingernails on that hand and none on this hand. They're snapped off. It's hauling boxes about. Every time I hold a box, fingernail, bing. There we go. It needs charging, but it's the USB as usual. They don't have batteries anymore, these things. Look at the size of that thing. Searchlights. One of them with flashes. It flashes orange and everything. Eggs in America are really expensive, aren't they? Yeah. I got a message on one of my old videos from somebody in America saying, "Can you really buy a loaf or something for £1 or something?" I went, "Well, I think it's £1 something, but yeah, £4.82." I can't remember how much I paid for my eggs. Not that much. So I must look for the lead for that because I can charge it up. Yeah, they might be a bit more expensive. I can't remember what I paid for my eggs. Yeah. Yeah, this lady said, can you really buy a loaf for £1? I said, well, yeah, certain places. You know, if you have the bog standard, oldie, ordinary bread, if you want something special like Hovis and that's a lot more into it. I love the taste of Hovis, but it doesn't like me. It gives me absolute stomach cramps. And yet every time I go with my IBS, they tell me I should be eating roughage and brown bread, and I'm saying, yeah, it gives me stomach cramps. Huh? Yeah, I used to love the taste of. I like Hovis, but I like it from the bakery. Don't ask me what they do with sliced Hovis, but it isn't the same. Not the same. It used to have a really distinctive taste, Hovis. I used to love it. Especially if you used to get a Hovis, a small Hovis warm, from the bakery warm, cut the crust off it and eat it with butter. Oh, it was gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, we got some brown bread or whatever it was. I think it was Aldi or Lidl. Oh, God, it was revolting. It was absolutely revolting. I said, where have you got this from? I said, it's horrible. Hovis used to be lovely and soft and it had a distinctive taste and you spread a bit of butter on it. It was beautiful. Yeah, I was looking at bread making machines. I thought, no, Janet, you're being a bit too overambitious. And in any case, you shouldn't be eating so many carbs, being diabetic. Yeah, you shouldn't be eating so many carbs. I love bakery bread and I'm glad I can't really get it easily because otherwise I'd just sit and eat a whole loaf. Little bread's crap, isn't it? Yeah. The scones are disgusting. No, it's Lidl or Aldi. It tastes like dust. They're dry, like you've had them in the blinking pantry for weeks. They're like crumbs when you slice them. You can't slice them. They're just going crumbs. It gives me absolute cramps. That little brown bread. Aldi food is all right for the fresh stuff, but the actual food, yeah. The ready meals are rubbish. Absolutely awful, the ready meals at Aldi. I buy the veg there. The veggies are all right. But anything else, you stick to basics like eggs, bacon. Bread, no. Don't like the bread. Don't like the scones. Don't like the cake. I'm just a snob. I'd rather have something expensive and little than a pile of something cheap. You know what I mean? I just, like living on my own now, I'd rather pay extra but get something that's decent and just have a little bit of it. I suppose it's different if you've got to feed a family, yeah. You need your beauty sleep, I need more than beauty sleep, love. I think look at that bags under the eyes and now my mascara and stuff's dripped. Right, nighty night, Val. I should be going to bed. It's an hour past the witching hour. Oh, yeah. It's just such a novelty actually having internet. Oh, I'm not tired. I don't know why I'm not tired, yeah. Autumn honey loaf back. Yeah. I don't like bread with bits in. Sweepings up, as my dad used to call it. You know, where they leave part of the husk and stuff in. Blah, blah, blah. No, I don't like it. I tell you what's horrible. Have you ever had the German black bread? Ooh. My family was continental, like, she used to get it and she says, oh, it's beautiful. It's like, you could knock a nail in with it. I don't know why they like it. Ooh. And all this faff about sourdough bread. Everywhere you go, it's sourdough bread. What's so special about it? I don't like it particularly. It's not my anything. I've got 42 people and I've got 61 thumbs up. Great! My algorithms will be going up. Yeah, I don't like sourdough. I don't know why it's so popular. I'm going to go in a minute, yeah, Nathan. I've got an hour past the witching. I'm like that with brown bread. I can tolerate hovis if it's from the bakery, but I can't do granary, and I can't do that one with the sweepings up in it. And oat bread and stuff like that does not agree with my stomach. I used to eat bagels when we had a Jewish bakery in Prestwich, and he was award winning for his bagels, and they were beautiful. But the bagels you get in a supermarket now, they're like rubber. Jack Mara used to win awards for his bagels. Yeah, the German black bread. It's kind of almost like a crisp bread. It's just solid bread. It doesn't like bend. It's not like you can't fold it in half and make a sandwich. It's like. Mm. I don't understand why it's all so popular all of a sudden. I mean, I watch Davina, and she's always making sourdough stuff. Huh? I don't need a child. Why does it make your breath stink? I just don't like these. They're kind of like bagged up as American style bagels, and they're not. They're like rubber. If you get bagels from a Jewish bakery now, they are lovely. Yeah. Oh, not your breath. The other end, is it? My stomach's not been too bad today, actually. I didn't like paying for the cream tea, but at least it stayed down and it's not regurgitated. Yeah. I'm going to put my cream tea box in the bin. There's my cream tea box that Linda sent me. My 2 scones, my jam, and my cream. They were very nice scones, they were. From Cornwall with love. With love. It used to be quite the thing where you could send cream and everything. My friend who lives in Scotland, she's actually Londoner by birth, and she got me to send away for some pies and liquor from this place in London. She said they were fantastic. I didn't like them. Pie and mash places they have them in London. I sent away from them. They send them in post, send them frozen in post. I don't like them. I don't like they rave about them for. Oh, you'll love them, you'll love them. Wonderful there. Like it. And they come with they call it liquor. It looks like green mushy pea juice. Can't remember what it tastes like. It tastes weird. They pour it all over it like gravy. Mm. Maybe they like jellied eels, don't they, as well in London? So, ooh. Oh, right, people, folks, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to lie in bed tomorrow. I'm going to take my alarm off. I'm going to lie in my bed. Just watch, I won't. I'll be up. I'll be up. So, mm, yeah. Oh, hello, Ella. Yeah, it's been a change. I mean, I've kind of not been on for 3 weeks. Not my fault. Not my fault. I've been here. My internet has not. Yeah, I've got some bacon in my tiny little fridge. Well, I couldn't help it, Ella. I just couldn't help it. I was getting messages like it was my fault, and I'm like, my fault, where are you? And I'm like, I can't do anything about it. I mean, where am I? I'm here. Yeah, miss. Yeah, I'm hoping to have that unit there. But I don't think it will be next week, actually, because my friend's husband who was going to do it, he was working today. And anyway, I was out all day. So I don't know whether it'll be done next week. I don't know. I'm just grateful he's going to do it. So he'll do it when he does it. Yeah. She said, oh, I don't know when he can do it. I said, look, I'm just grateful he can do it. You know, if I have to fall over the box for another 2 weeks, it's fine. It's right in the hall. You know, it's kind of when I come out the bathroom and go into my bedroom, it's right there. I have to be careful I don't fall over it. It's coming this thunking great big box, yeah. But tomorrow I'm going to tackle the spare bedroom, I think, depending on what mood I'm in when I wake up. My mind is willing. I get up and my mind is raring to go. And then I get out of bed and my back says, think again, Janet, you know, think again. I've got news for you. Those 2 painkillers you took last night don't work. I got told off by the GP. And I said, I'm in pain and all that. He said, how are you pain? I said, I'm in pain. Do you take your painkillers? Well, he said, it's no good just taking 2 painkillers when you go to bed. He said, you are supposed to take 8 a day. And I'm like, well, I don't like it. And he goes, huh? That's why you're in pain, because you don't take the painkillers. Yeah, my mind, I'm really tired and I'm nodding off and I'm falling asleep in the chair. I go into bed and then my eyes go, fooled you, fooled you. So I think, I'll watch YouTube or I'll read or I'll do something. I get up in the end. Yeah, I hate taking pills. It takes me all the time to swallow them. Oh, yeah, you get fed up. I do that. I take mine before I get into bed. And I'm there with my drink. And I'm like this, lining them up with pills and that. And I'm like, oh. And some nights I'm laying, I think I'll get in bed. I think, I'm not taking them. I'm going to be a rebel. I'm not having them. Yeah, I have trouble swallowing. That's one reason why I'm having an endoscopy. So, they give you these funky pills that look like pessaries that should be going up the other end. And you try to swallow them and they're like that, aren't they? And you're like, trying to get it down. Loads and loads of water. And then they stick there. And then they start to dissolve, don't they? And that taste, ugh. I know they can't make pills taste nice because kids might chew them and swallow them like sweets, but there's nothing worse than a painkiller that half dissolves. Ooh. We need rubbing out and starting afresh. We're no good to man the beast, as my mum would say. She said, I need rubbing out and starting afresh. I said, well, can we draw a different model? I inherited all this from both sides of the family, so you're doomed, aren't you? It's one side of the family, you've got like a 50-50 chance of it being genetically passed on to you. When you've got both sides of the family, you haven't got much chance of dodging the bullet, have you? Mum, why didn't you marry somebody different that was hale and healthy? I mean, today you can get like genetic testing before you get married and stuff like that, can you? But that's rheumatoid arthritis that gnaws your knuckles, yeah. Yeah, ours is osteoarthritis and spondylitis. In other words, the bones are just crumbling. I told you I couldn't have the injection in my hand, they wouldn't do it. He said it wouldn't be any use to me because my bones were just crumbling away. Nice. Yeah, rheumatoid arthritis is what Z's got. If you ever watched Z, when her knuckles swell up and she can't bend her fingers. Why does your neck go stiff? I don't know, but wear a neck warmer. I can't do with my neck being cold. I cannot do with it. Never have been able to, even from being young. It's funny. I've always had to have scarves on, even when other people are laughing at me. It's not midwinter. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. I'm falling asleep now. Just watch. I shall get into bed and go, wide awake. She's wide awake. She's just fooled him. Right now, I'm like that, and I could go sleep in front of the computer. Oh, yeah, arthritis. I've heard of that. Yeah, it's not nice. Not nice. Now I've got it in my hands now, and they tell you don't do it. Don't use your fingers. But if I don't use my fingers, they're worse. I haven't crocheted or knitted really for about 3 weeks, and my hands are much worse than what they used to be. Yeah. Right, people, thank you very much for your company. After a break of 3 weeks, it's been nice to be back. Oh, dear. Thank you, Chris. I'm going to try. I mean, you're not going to get a tour of the bungalow, that's for sure. You are not getting a tour. Otherwise, you'd think it was an episode of Hoarders at the moment. So, if I can get the camera to work, I might have a laugh at us trying to do the garage, But you're definitely not having it, especially not in my bedroom. I'm like walking in a channel, between everything to get into bed. That's how much room I've got, like that. I'm just like an episode of Hoarders where you're like, how can people live like that? I'm living the life. My lounge is the straightest, and even that's not straight, but at least it's a room I can relax in. I don't have too much junk. I've put my crochet books in the bookcases and that, and I've put my china out and my glassware out. And my sofa's there and my recliner's there. But there's still a lot of rubbish around, boxes I don't know what to do with, But the bedroom's the worst. Oh, as I said, I'm like, find the bed before I could get in it. If anybody come in, they'd be like, what the heck's going on in here? She's got to be on An episode of orders, yeah. If anybody come in, they'd be saying, "We don't need this. You don't need it." I'm finding stuff I didn't even know I had, and I packed it. And I'm like, "What did I pack that for? Why?" It's stuff I've had and I don't wear, and I don't think he ever will wear. And I'm like, "Why did you pack it? Why didn't you get rid of it before you came?" Yeah. Oh, the yarn is in the garage, in bags, in laundry bags. The kind of plaid laundry bags, or the ones with little bunnies on with a zip. That's where it is at the moment, Lydia. So it's not much of a tour, I'm afraid. You'd see a load of blue bags. All piled like an episode of Hoarders. Oh. So that's what it looks like at the minute in my garage. So you would not want to see it at the moment. You can't see any yarn at all. It's all in bags. Because I don't know whether there's any spiders in there. And it wasn't swept out before the removal men came in. So I need to take everything out of the garage and sweep it all. If I had time, I would whitewash it all, but I haven't. So I'm hoping my friend's teenage son will snap all my shelving units together because they're like plastic and they snap together. So I'm hoping he'll do that. And then maybe one day I might get some yarn on the shelves. But don't hold your breath, Lydia. You may be waiting a while. Ask me again next year. With she shed had to be left behind. I couldn't bring it because it was obviously fastened to the ground, yeah. They're probably going to house about 6 immigrants in it because it's big enough. They could have a family in there, couldn't they? Get some rent. Rent it out as a holiday home by the sea. Yeah, I was sad to leave it behind. It cost me $3,000, that blinking shed did. But I couldn't bring it. If I'd have brought it, there's no room in my little backyard here for it. I want to get a summer house. I want to be posh. Yeah. I want to be posh. I want to be poosh with a fancy summer house, We went to this hotel and they've got these gorgeous blue ceramic pots about that far around with these like miniature trees in. I said to my friend, I said, when you're leaving tomorrow, can you put one in your handbag? I'm doing one of them in the backyard. The backyard is desolate. If you saw a view of that, you'd say, oh, poor sod. Yeah. White slimline telephone, no. I have got plug sockets that you will never have seen. They're 3 little prong sockets with round plugs. Room for a pony. There's not even room for a gerbil. I've got a conservatory the size of a dog kennel. But it drives me washing. Well, I've not seen the yarn. I packed it away when I should have moved in November. I packed it away. That's why I've been using oddments up to make the granny stitch shawls, because all the proper yarn has all been packed away. I don't live in Fleetwood anymore. I've moved. I live in Cleveland now, 2 miles down the road. I didn't like Fleetwood. It was cold and it was miserable, and the wind was dreadful where we were because we were right by the sea, and it was cold. I was never warm unless the fire was roaring. I was never warm in 4 years I lived there. This bungalow's lovely and warm. So anyway, people, I am going to go. And as I don't think I'll have won the lottery, I'll be here next week probably. And if you want to know what the wool fair was like, look on my Facebook page. I've put all the photos on there. Yeah. Well, not all of them, but put most of them. Okay. Bye, everybody. Bye now. I've been on for 4 hours. Woo! Bye.